It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
56 degrees right now. Going to get up into the mid-70s, which is nice.
Yeah.
But it's going to be windy and a little bit drizzly throughout the day, so prepare for that. And this is going to be the warmest will be for a couple of days. Gets down to the high of 50s Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And Mother's Day, drizzly, diddling 60.
Oh, poor Ma. Wet and drizzly.
Come on, man. We just started. We just started the show. All right, it takes a big man to admit when he's wrong.
Okay.
And I'm a big man. We've had this discussion on the show a couple of times, and I've always said that you guys were like too uptight about it and wrong and small-minded, and I would like to amend that my take today.
What happened?
Well, last night, my oldest, so where she goes to school, you have to take dance as a class. Mm-hmm. Like it's like an art class.
Mandatory?
Yeah. So at the end of the year, she loves it. The end of the year, they do this big like dance performance. Recital performance, right? So last night is a performance at school. The show starts at 7, but she has to be there at like 5:45.
Yeah, get ready.
Yeah. So me, my wife, my youngest daughter, we go out there, we drop her off, and what do we sit in the car for an hour and 15 minutes?
Yeah, what do you do?
So there's a lacrosse game happening at the stadium, like right down the way.
Okay.
So I'm like, well, it's a nice night out, you know. Why don't
it
we
was
get
really
out?
nice last night.
Let's get out. I mean, my daughter my youngest daughter, she goes to school there too. I guess some of her friends are out there. I go, let's go down, we'll watch the lacrosse game.
All right, so it works.
Yeah. So we get out of the car, we walk out there. Now, I don't know anybody on this team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know any of the parents that are at this lacrosse game. None of that stuff. And also, I don't know anything about lacrosse.
Okay.
Never played.
Well, it's kind of like hockey, right?
Yeah.
Similar vibes.
I can appreciate it, but I don't know any of the rules or anything that's going on. But hey, whatever. So we walk in. My youngest sees some of her friends. Boom, she takes off running.
Right.
My wife, she goes, I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm going to get something to drink. So she takes off. So I'm standing on the fence watching this game.
Watching all the young people walk by.
No connections to any of the young men on the field.
Hello, men. Lads.
I'm also in a collared shirt.
Okay.
Because, we're going to like a dance recital.
Yeah, sure.
Looking like a dad.
Yeah. So I'm leaning over the fence just watching this lacrosse game, and like one of the dads next to me is really into it. His kid must be playing. He starts yelling about a call that happened down the field. He goes, hey.
Damn it.
He goes, how does he see it from there? And he looks at me. He goes, how does he see it from there? I don't.
Yeah.
I'm caught. I don't know what I'm talking about.
You can't fake it.
No, He goes, right? He goes, your kid played Aquinas? Like, because he's like,
technically, yes. Not here.
So I go, no. And he goes, he plays for, I think they were playing Geneva. And I go, no. He goes, oh. And he's like looking at me, and it's like this long, quiet pause.
Yeah.
And I'm like, my daughter is she's got to dance. And doesn't start till 7.
I'm just bored.
I panicked. Like, I couldn't even get like full sentences out. And the look that this guy gave me, everybody started slowly moving down the fence away from me.
Oh.
Leaving me alone to stare at the boys playing lacrosse.
So isolate the pervs.
Yeah, well, I wasn't being a perv.
No, but I'm saying that's what they were thinking.
Did you not?
Prevert.
Isolate the perv?
Yeah.
Okay. We've had this argument before about whether or not it's appropriate to go to a high school sporting event not having a connection to any kids.
And it's not a good look.
Okay, my argument was it's okay to have school or town pride and, go and enjoy it, and the kids would appreciate having as big a crowd as possible. And I was wrong, and I'm sorry. I was very wrong. I've never been more uncomfortable
It's
in my
a weird
life.
look, because if you don't have a kid on that field, this cannot be that interesting to you.
Well, it wasn't, but I had nothing else to do. And no, that sounds rude, because like the kids it was a good game as far as I know.
Yeah, but I don't care. I mean, I would have no interest because... Yeah, if I could watch that, I could just stare at anything.
Well, you wouldn't have interest even if you knew a kid playing.
No, I would.
So
I probably even have less interest.
No, but like, I like football, I like basketball, I like hockey, right? Mm-hmm. So if like Aquinas, where I went to school, where my kids go to school, had a football, basketball, hockey game, and my kids weren't involved, but I was there and it was on, I could get into that.
All right, I can't.
I know you can't. You can't. Like, Kimmy, could you get into a high school basketball game watching a high school basketball game?
Just any team.
Any high school.
I mean, I might check it out first. I don't think I could sit through a whole game.
It's
not
like watching
having,
PE.
Like I said, like not having any connection to any of the kids. Like even, I guess maybe like, how sometimes there's like one kid that's like gonna, they're gonna go somewhere and everybody's like, you got to come check out the way this person plays. I guess other than that, though, I don't.
You'd have to be like the next
no interest.
LeBron.
You wouldn't have to be that.
You always go to the most extreme person. Oh, not going to be LeBron James. Don't care.
Out.
Not the best player in NBA.
Because like you guys
history.
watch all professional sports.
Yeah.
So which means you watch everything at the highest level.
Sure.
So to go from that to watching kids
I know.
play, which is fine.
No,
but
how do you crap? Hey, man, you watch this crappy product with a bunch of teenage kids. Great job, though, kids. You're doing a great job.
Every once in a while, you'll get like two basketball teams that are going against each other, and they both have like multiple guys going to play at the collegiate level, and like that can be entertaining. Right? Because it's going to be a competitive game, and these kids are really good.
Well, no, like, here's the thing. Again, I don't know anything about lacrosse. I don't know how good the Aquinas lacrosse team is. I think Geneva, how good they are, whatever. I was entertained watching this, having no idea what was happening. Like, I could appreciate what was going on the field. But I wasn't able to do that because I was fully aware that everyone thought I was a creep for watching this game, having no connection to any kid being there.
So, because my wife taught, she was in the school system for a few years.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And then she's still working to educate the man that lives with her in her house.
So, she used to work some of those sports, and I used to go a couple with her when she was working. I would just stand there, and I go, I can't do this for an hour. There's no way I can stand here for an hour.
You couldn't do it just to, like, hang out with your wife for a little while?
She's working.
Okay.
So, like, she's doing her thing. I'm like, I don't get it.
Oh, you're way creepier looking than I am at that event.
Oh, yeah.
At least I look like I could have a kid there. Hey, Pops, what's going on? Where the young boys at? Show me the boys.
Yeah.
My.
Yeah, so no single man should go to any of these events with no connection to somebody on that field.
But here's what really sucks.
Right.
And again, last night, my oldest daughter, she takes a dance class at school. They do like a big performance at the end of the year. That was last night. Started at 7, but she had to be there at 5:45. And me, my wife, and my daughter were sitting in the car in the parking lot. I want to sit there all night, right, waiting for this thing to start. And a beautiful night. We walk over to the stadium. There's a lacrosse game going on. My daughter runs off with her friends. My wife goes to the bathroom, goes to get a drink. I'm standing there by myself, and his dad asked me, "Does your son play for Aquinas?" I'm like, "No." So he's played for the other team. I'm like, "No." My daughter starts at 7, and they just alienated me because I became the creep, and I was wrong. You should not, as an adult, alone person, go to a high school sporting event. Both of my girls are big, like, school pride people.
Oh, sure. They're into it.
Yeah,
That's
so like
great.
They want to go to sporting events all the time, and now that my youngest has a year under her belt, like next year with like football games and basketball games and hockey games, they're gonna want to go.
Right.
But like I live in Henrietta, Aquinas is on Dewey Ave in the city, so like for me to drive them out to the game, drop them off. By the time I get home, I got to come back.
So you got to sit.
Exactly. So like I now see myself over the next 4 years. Being the lone adult at these sporting events.
Well, you can't be the only one that has to shuttle their kids back and forth.
Yeah.
There's got to be like parents with no kids just hanging.
Okay, so then if that's the case, they should create like an area, like a pen.
A waiting area?
Yeah, like
Corral them up.
Or Tommy likes to refer to it as the loser lot.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, not even like I have to stay there. Like, give me an opportunity to go look over the crowd, and I can pick someone to like hang out with for the rest of the game, so I'm not standing there by myself watching high school kids do sports.
Maybe there should be an app where you could buddy up with somebody.
That sounds like it could go south real fast.
It could.
Hey, you gonna be my varsity buddy? Varsity Buddy is the app.
Oh.
No, like I know. I'm like when football season comes along, I'm gonna be standing at these football games by myself while my girls are off like running around with their friends having fun, as you will do in high school. And what am I supposed to do?
I don't think it's that uncommon at a football game. Because to your point, I remember like parents going and like all the kids would be running around while the parents were in the stands together.
Right.
You'll make other parent friends.
Misery.
Can't you go sit with like another parent or two? I feel like that makes it less awkward.
So here's the thing: like my youngest is going to be a freshman. My oldest is a freshman next year. My youngest is in 7th grade. So like none of the parents I know have kids that play varsity sports yet. You get what I'm saying?
I know, but like those parents don't go to the games.
Last year I brought my kids to one game, and my youngest didn't know anybody, so she stayed with me, so it was okay.
Yeah, but that's going to end.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I didn't recognize any of the other parents. They were just older, right? I don't know any of their kids. So there were a couple teachers I had, but that's even weirder. I'm just hanging out, 37, talking to my old teachers at the varsity football game.
So, yeah, and there's really nothing to do around like you couldn't like go find something to do for 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
No, by the time I get to like the mall, I got to I can go to Marshall's for 10 minutes.
Because that is in such a weird area.
Yeah, I mean. Weird. I can go tour the homes on Seneca Parkway where the old Kodak execs used to live. Check it out, buddy. Spiral staircases for everybody. So, yeah, I'm just going to be that weirdo for the next 3 years at all these Aquinas sporting events. So
Find a friend. That's my advice.
No, I don't
Well, that
want
was my app.
No, you don't want to do
Find a high school sports buddy.
A varsity buddy.
Matt, that should be an app they should create, actually.
that. That's literally. Are you being Tommy?
No, I'm saying that's a
Okay.
legitimate idea.
I've never met two people on a show
That don't listen to each
and
other.
then get mad at each other when they don't listen to each other equally. No, I'll go further. Although you look like a creep standing alone at these events, I would rather look creepy than interact with someone who I don't know that well, that it runs the risk of them, like, there's always like,
Oh, small talk.
well, yeah, and like sometimes the small talk goes places you don't want it to go, and now I'm stuck, and
Sure.
are we friends? Are we not friends? I don't want to be friends, but now I've put the time in here, and you think we're friends, and I don't know what to do.
Yeah, and then there's like, when the game's over, let's hope you don't say like, "Hey man, let's do this again," or "We should do something else."
Yeah, hey, we're all going to TGI Fridays for
do you
apps.
golf?
Yeah, nope, I don't want to do any of that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you see what happened in the New York Post this morning? Nope. All right, we got a dynamite. If you're going to a high school sporting event, make sure it's for your kid. Kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we got a little hate.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. And this story started 2 weeks ago. A man who's actually been in the news for a while pleaded guilty to some strange charges.
Okay.
He was working at the post office in Greece as a manager.
Yeah.
And he, while working there, was taking packages out of the mail that contained cocaine, removing the cocaine and putting the packages back in the mail. And police say that he was doing this running a drug ring,
Operation.
essentially. Yeah, giving the drugs to other people to distribute. Even more shocking, he admitted that over several times over a couple of years, he would have employees come into his office, or an employee, give them drugs that they would then do in front of him in his office.
Yeah.
And the discussion started to morph into your boss doing drugs on the job.
Yeah.
And if that would bother you or not. You said not at all.
No.
In fact, you said you'd be apt to do drugs with your boss if it was offered.
It was cool.
One man heard that, and he is furious.
Because he's lame.
He's so upset, in fact, that he tried to write this letter, it seems, based on the way it's written, to our management.
Yeah.
But he addressed it just to WCMF, so we got it instead.
Okay.
Because he wants us to be dealt with.
Dealt with
In a
on
certain
our
way.
imaginary line of coke
And
that I would snort with our boss.
But here's the thing.
What?
As upset and crazy as he sounds in this letter, he does make a valid point.
He's so wrong.
You don't
man.
even know what his point is.
He's got get hurt at work. You can't do your job.
It's not what it is.
All right.
No, swing and a miss.
I'm going to call the cocaine cops.
You mean the cops?
Oh.
We'll get to that just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tom.
Yeah.
You want to talk about crime?
Yeah, sure.
Let's talk about crime.
What happened?
It's a 21-year-old man from our area, just east of us.
Oh, young boy. Probably played lacrosse at one point.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Canandaigua does have a very
One of
story.
the top,
Possible, very possible.
top teams, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Top teams.
So what happened with this?
Well, let's put it this way. If the allegations are true, he's committed a lacrosse team's worth of crimes. Like if you took the amount of kids on a team and they all did one crime, it may not equal what he's been accused of over the last couple of weeks. And we will tell you the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Gotta have a hobby, Tommy.
Sure.
Keep yourself busy. In fact, it seems like this man from Canandaigua we're going to tell you about, he's got himself a hell of a hobby.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, called getting in a whole bunch of trouble all the time. Because when you hear what police are accusing this man of doing over a run of a couple weeks just east of us, Kimmy, the crimes don't even make sense altogether.
No. Are you just bored?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45, you are going to have one less food option out at Eastview Mall as of this morning.
Oh.
Yeah, we're going to tell you which restaurant is closing its doors for good. First of all, it proves a theory that I've had for years about East Side versus West Side when it comes to this type of food. But more important, when it comes to eating at the mall, you leave the house planning to eat at the mall? Or is that inaudible? We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. There is a 29-year-old man who has been arrested in Canandaigua after going on one hell of a crime spree.
What did he do?
This man was arrested on Sunday for 11 counts of criminal mischief. The allegations, according to 10 NBC, include kicking a hole in the wall of a local restaurant, stealing a bicycle, causing $3,000 worth of damage to an electric entry keypad of a business. Authorities also say he damaged several self-storage units at a business on South Main Street, which caused over $7,000 in damage. On top of that, Tommy, after he was arrested on Sunday, police say he kept acting a fool even while in custody. While at the police department, authorities say this 29-year-old man, he refused to be processed. He then damaged a cabinet door at the police department. And they say he took a leak on the booking room floor.
No.
That's what the story says.
He relieved himself.
Yes. Which is kind of funny because, what are you going to do to stop him?
Nothing. You got to let that happen.
Exactly. Right? Unless you got a poncho and some handcuffs, you're going to just have to let him finish.
And goggles.
Oh, by the way, the incidents we just read you, those are the ones he's being currently charged with because police also have him as a suspect in a different burglary, a criminal contempt case, and multiple graffiti cases in the downtown Canandaigua area.
So, but
they say those charges are pending right now. I'm sorry.
That first set, was that all in one day?
No, this is over a period of time.
Over time,
according to the story.
But they're all just jackassing around.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
there's no crime of profit.
It's possible that
you kicked, you broke, you peed.
Kicking and a broke.
And you left.
And those in particular, it doesn't seem like he stole anything but
of value.
But maybe in the past he has.
Okay, well, look, I mean, it's possible that
it just seems like he's a huge jerk.
Yeah, right.
It's possible the storage unit thing was an attempt to
grab
something.
Right.
Same with
but you're not even good at that. Then you've damaged a keypad.
Yeah, but that also could have been an attempt to pull something. He did steal a bicycle.
Okay.
So you got a bike.
But it's a used, busted ass.
Are we going to do this
off Main Street bicycle?
Are we going to do this again? It's a Canandaigua bicycle. Odds are, based on money in towns, that's
but that could go either way.
Okay.
Because there's two types of bicycles in Canandaigua.
Please go on.
There's high-end mom bicycle with the really floral baskets and white walls, and it's all really pristine. And then there's busted ass. I'm just heading up to the bar for a couple and some scratches.
No, you're not thinking of the $2,000 to $5,000 high-end.
Oh,
bicycle.
I'd say those are there, but I think there's also the other bicycle.
Okay, no.
The other bicycle is more accessible.
Okay, doesn't matter. The fact is, yes, you're right. It's a weird mixture of crimes that we have here because there doesn't seem to be an end game for the crimes. He's just kind of being a dick, right?
And the age,
rambling dick,
too. I think
29.
You're a little old
super
to be
old
just
for that.
doing like the graffiti thing.
Right.
Give me any thoughts as to what the hell's going on here if all these allegations are true?
I don't know, because if I hear somebody around the age of 30 doing that much damage, I would think it's a you have something against that person and their property, right?
Lover scorn.
I wouldn't think you're just doing it because you get a thrill from damaging things.
But that's what it almost sounds like.
Yeah.
Like he was just doing this to be an ass.
Well, okay, again, if we go down the list of the things he's accused of doing, this 29-year-old man in Canandaigua who was arrested on Sunday, 11 counts of criminal mischief, including kicking a hole in the wall of a local restaurant, stealing a bicycle, causing $3,000 worth of damage to an electric entry keypad at a business. They say he damaged storage units at a business, which caused $7,000 in damage. Even after he was arrested, police say he refused to be processed. He damaged a cabinet door at the police department and then took a leak on the booking room floor. He's also I'm sorry, look.
Oh,
There's
God.
something about taking a leak on the floor inside a police department that is just the funniest damn thing in the world to me. Because you're already at the point where you got nothing to lose. Like, you're facing 11.
And now I gotta go.
And you're handcuffed.
Yeah, wait, but you're facing 11 charges already.
Right.
Like, what's one more taking a leak on the floor charge?
Because you just cut loose, man.
Do you think
Like
he,
in your
like-
britches.
no, or do you think he got it out? He could have been not handcuffed. He could have just been sitting
If you're in the
room.
booking room floor, when I got booked, I was handcuffed the whole time.
Yeah, but then you look like a guy that'll pee all over the floor. Bad dog. You could have one hand a chair chained to a table and then.
Okay.
So I was
But I was
chained to
gonna
a
say-
bench.
There you go.
Okay.
So I was handcuffed to a bench. Yeah, I did have a free hand.
If you got one hand, bro, that's a wet
All right.
floor. That's what they say. One
Right.
hand, wet floor.
Would you get in trouble though for like exposing yourself though? If that was the case.
Yeah, you might be. Maybe you're right. Maybe he. Well, but if he went in his
Then
pants.
he wet his pants.
Okay, but
Yeah.
then if he went in his pants, he did not technically go on the floor. He went
Well,
in
it
his.
will eventually land there.
But it went in his pants.
Okay.
Like, what if the guy had
So
to
you
use-
think Wong was out?
Well, no, but Kimmy's right. If
Yeah,
it
I would
was
think
out,
that
it
would
might be like
cause
exposure.
more. Yeah.
But it's a booking room. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure.
They make you take your clothes up to check you.
I did not.
They
No.
may. I don't know. They might check you for weapons.
No, they're both. I don't. Okay.
I don't
guessing-
know
I'm
how
not
it
sure
works.
how
I don't
far
know
along
what.
in the process.
I'm gonna guess you're not voluntarily allowed to take your penis out inside a police
Probably
department
not.
unless they tell you to.
Probably not.
So wait, if that's the case, then if he wet in his pants and it got on the floor, I'd like to contest those charges.
Okay.
Right? That's not fair.
All right.
That's not fair. So with all of this stuff that we have here, and we don't know how well this man is known in the Canandaigua community. The reason I bring that up is, doesn't every town have a crime celebrity? Someone who does so many things like this that everyone in that town, and it would have to be a smaller town, your Hiltons, your Gates, your Spencer.
It's got to be a townie.
Your Fairport. Yes, exactly. Right? But that townie is known for just always getting in trouble. But it's the right kind of trouble. Because the second they do something to hurt someone, it's not like funny anymore. That's a dangerous person.
Okay.
And if you look at all the charges this guy's facing, yes, I mean, if you're in the restaurant when he kicks a hole in the wall, that sounds scary. If he steals your bicycle, that sucks. If he pees on your floor, nobody wants that to happen. But in the grand scheme of things, these are all kind of harmless crimes.
Yeah. Usually that kind of like it's like open container type of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, loitering.
Loitering.
Just being a bum. Basically, just being a sketchy ass bum.
252 WCMF. Does your town have the town crime celebrity? Kimmy, do you remember this growing up when you were in
I'm trying to think. Like, I don't remember. Like, I remember, like, most of that, like, kind of stuff was always caused by, like, kids running around, like, you know, walking around, especially in the summertime. But I don't remember there being, like, an adult that was known for something like that. Not at least when I was going to school. I don't remember one.
Pittsburgh's got two.
Okay.
Adults that are like, I don't know what's wrong with that dude, but I see him around all the time.
And everybody knows him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I would think he stands out like a sore thumb
Oh,
in
he does.
Pittsburgh.
Oh,
yeah.
And he's that one
Shut
dude that he
up.
also, when you see him all the time, he's talking to himself.
Okay, well that's a different issue.
No, but he's that guy. I don't know anything about that guy, but I would avoid that guy.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, no, but here's the thing about the town
By
crime.
the way, I talk to myself. You'd avoid me?
No, but
Yeah.
you're not. No. If he's a guy committing crimes, and you go, he's also talking to himself. We're not talking about a situation where the guy's just being
Just
a dick.
doing
I don't
it 'cause he
know.
enjoys it.
I mean, there's also this weird chick that hangs out a lot too. So I don't know.
Okay.
Like there's people I couldn't tell you it could go either way.
Like I wonder if this is a common thing in towns, like the town crime celebrity. Because I remember this when I was a kid in Gates. I remember there were guys that my buddies knew in Greece where they grew up, where like that's the guy,
Yeah.
right? And you know,
The mayor. Yeah.
you're making a joke, but you know that person who.
Yeah, every town's got somebody.
And like, let me put it in this context: you see them at the bar at 11 o'clock on a Thursday, and you know that evening's not going to end well for them.
Right.
Like something's going to happen, and they're going to end up being processed and getting out again the next day, and they're going to have a problem. Like we know three of those guys.
Right.
We didn't even live in the town that they lived in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're just those guys.
Yeah. I mean, they're not quite bums, but they're not the big. They're not pillars of society.
No, but they kind of add to the fabric of the village.
What do
I mean, it's almost like there is a subtle charm to those people.
Mr. Pittsford is talking about the subtle charm of the criminal.
But I mean, that's a very harsh word to use for these people.
Well, no, because like this, if you want to go by definition, this 29-year-old man we're talking about is facing 11 counts of criminal mischief.
I
It's
understand
even
that
in
guy.
the name of the
That guy's a little
charge.
out of control. But there's other people. You know, I don't think their day starts out with ill intent.
Okay. What, you thought this guy's date did?
He may, but like the person you described, he's at the bar at 11 in the morning. I don't think that guy starts out thinking it's going to end poorly.
Okay.
I just think it kind of gets away from him after about that fifth beer before noon.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this 29-year-old man in Canandaigua who's facing 11 counts of criminal mischief, things that happen outside the police department, inside the police department. There's no rhyme or reason as to why all of these crimes were allegedly committed, and these aren't the only problems he has. He's also a suspect in a different burglary, criminal contempt, and multiple graffiti cases in the downtown area. When it's all said and done, he could be looking at between 15 and 20 different crimes that he's being charged with. Let's talk to Ben. He's on CMF. Hey, Ben. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you.
So I would assume this dude that did all of this probably on like some kind of government assistance. It doesn't even stop. But anyway, there's another.
You were saying?
Yeah, there was another guy when I lived down in Canandaigua. This dude not a criminal. At least I assume he's not. But he would walk up and down 5 and 20 and on all the back roads, and he would wave at pretty much everybody that would walk by.
Okay, so that's another type of. We've talked about this other type of person that lives in these towns. Yeah. It's like someone that everyone kind of looks out for. He's like the town mascot, he or she.
Yeah.
Right? Like everyone goes out of their way to make sure that person gets taken care of, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
and Pittsburgh's got one of those too.
I think every town has one of those. Like I had one of those when I was a kid. I mean, I think there's a big difference between person that you look at and go, ooh, ill intent, and adult that you look at and go, hey, everybody's got to rally around this person, right?
You got to keep an eye on.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I haven't seen the waiver guy in a long time, though. So I hope he's okay, though.
Great finish, Ben. Thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day. let me tell you about this guy that you've never met before. He might be dead. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're now stuck on this charge of this 29-year-old man in Canandaigua with a specific charge of him being accused of relieving himself on the floor of the booking room of the police department while he was being processed. Let's talk to Scott. Hey, Scotty. What's up, buddy?
Hey, so when you get booked into jail, they remove everything from you, not your clothes. But if you got piercings, ear piercings, tongue piercings, they remove everything from you. So I'm wondering if this guy maybe had a Prince Albert, and while they were removing everything from him, that's the time he decided that he was going to go ahead and take a leak all over everything and potentially a police officer.
So he had a pierced penis.
That's the theory.
And the officer had to remove the piercing off his penis, and that's when this guy relieved himself.
All right, Scott, I got some questions that maybe you know better than I do, if you don't mind. Does taking out that piercing make you have to go to the bathroom?
I don't have one of those piercings. I wouldn't know.
All right, so have you ever been arrested?
I don't answer questions.
Okay, so you have been arrested, so you got experience with that.
Right.
I just find it weird that, like, with no experience, Scott, with a pierced penis, you would come in with that theory. You know what I mean? That's gone out there, Scott.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't answer questions.
All right.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know nobody.
Great call, Scott. Have a good rest of the day. What the hell?
Is he saying that's why it would have been out?
Yeah, because the officer would he's saying that the officer would have to remove the piercings off his penis, which I'm thinking maybe they just let you do that yourself, if that's the case.
Okay, but then what if he's like, no, I want to keep it? And
then they go get the pliers, and it's going to hurt, son.
Do guys still get that?
I hope not, because I don't. That is the most sadistic thing you could do to yourself.
Does it feel good for women?
It can't.
I don't know. It's like jingle bells all over your lady parts.
I would think it'd be dangerous overall for everybody involved.
Well, what are you going to catch it on the inside?
Oh, everything?
Well, it's not like there's like a hook in there.
But wouldn't it hurt you too?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, the hole would hurt.
So I've seen the ones I've seen. Like it was a lot on that penis, man. It looked like a fishing lure.
No, yeah, that's what happened. He was sleepwalking and sneezed into a tackle box.
Yeah, you could go swimming, and it's like a double whammy. You're pulling in some big mouth bass.
Let's take a break. Your dining options out at Eastview Mall just got one less.
Where we losing, man? They had some quality joints out there.
No, they have a lot of quality joints. I'm going to tell you which one.
This is one at the mall?
This is, yes, at Eastview Mall.
This pisses me off.
I don't know why you're upset.
Well, we can't have anything nice anymore.
What if this is the one you like the least and it's not going to affect you in any way? Why don't you let me tell you the story first before you go peeing all over my floor here? First of all, this proves a theory that I've had for years that you say is stupid, but it's absolutely true about this type of food, East Side versus West Side. But more importantly, it comes down to the way you use the restaurants in the mall.
Yeah.
Because Kimmy brings up a good question that I can't even answer personally.
I don't know. I do not know the answer.
We'll get into it and tell you what restaurant is going the way of the dodo. Next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. If you're looking to grab something to eat at Eastview Mall, your options have gotten one
This
fewer.
sucks.
Well, you don't even know which one it is.
Yeah, but they had really good mall food.
They still have really good mall food.
No, but I'm losing.
Okay, you may be gaining in a little while. I don't know. But the bottom line is this.
Yeah.
Kimmy brings up a great question. When it comes to these types of restaurants, are you going there on purpose or are you going there by accident?
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. First of all, go to WCMF.com right now.
What are you going to get?
Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Judas Priest at Empower Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse. May 22nd, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com just after 7 o'clock. On Monday, we told you about a story that happened out in Palmyra. 2 kids, teenagers, that were causing so many problems, the police decided to fix the issue.
Okay.
They were going to arrest their guardians.
Oh.
You remember this
Oh,
story?
yeah.
And it had people coming down on all sorts of different sides.
Yeah.
Whether or not arresting mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, great-grandma was effective. We are hearing now for the first time from one of those women who was arrested for what her granddaughter did. And it actually looks worse than it did maybe before. But I want to go back to being a teenage kid. And if it were your parents being held responsible, does that change the way you're acting?
Oh.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. And Nocino, the Italian joint out at Eastview Mall, has closed its doors forever.
So I know there was an Italian joint did somebody else go into that Italian joint?
It's called Nocino.
Is it the one that stands outside, that has an outside entrance?
It's the one on the sign that says Nocino. It's a big sign on it. N-O-C-I-N-N. Nocino! Come in. This is so good. You like a tiramisu? Yeah, the folks who own the place said they thanked everybody for all this stuff. And if you have any gift cards, they're done. It's over. It's all done.
Oh, that's
finished. Well, look, Eastview Mall, food-wise, is a hard place to compete. You've got the only P.F. Chang's in the area.
Love that joint.
Champs, which has been open for what, like 25 years?
Yeah.
Right? Adelita's Mexican just opened up over there. They're one of the best Mexican places in the greater Rochester area. You got the places all over the food court, right? Restaurants across the street from that plaza and all types, right? You got the distillery, you got sushi, you got a Moe's over there.
The bakery.
Got the baker. Oh, yeah, the bakery there.
Yeah, Village Bakery.
Yeah, here you go. All right. So I would understand why a place would, all of a sudden be like, we can't do it anymore. But Kimmy, you saw this story, and you asked a question that I couldn't even answer myself.
Because I was wondering, the majority of people that go and eat at these restaurants, are these pre-planned trips to the restaurants? Like, are you deciding that morning, like, hey, this is where we're going to go out to dinner or lunch? Or is this a spontaneous, I'm shopping, I'm hungry, let's go sit down and eat
so
kind of thing?
You're asking, do you plan the mall restaurant
like,
trip?
are you making
No shopping.
reservations for
Going
that
in
restaurant?
and just eating.
Yeah.
And split.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I don't know.
Because I can only think of like one time in my life where we actually had like a reservation. It was like when P.F. Chang's like first opened. We went for like my great grandpa's birthday.
You can make a reservation at P.F.
Apparently
Chang's?
you can.
Wow.
At least you could.
Hello, Mr. Chang.
But that was the only time I think in my life I remember like pre-planning to go sit down and eat at a mall restaurant.
So every other time it's just
every
spontaneous.
other time it's just been like, hey, let's go, grab a bite to eat because we're hungry.
All right, here's the thing.
Right.
I think you're going to skew the actual answer here.
Why?
Because you seem like a man that will not walk into a restaurant without a reservation.
Oh, no, but I also will eat at a bar.
You bitch. Okay, so are you planned mall restaurant guy?
No. But I used to love going to P.F. Chang's, sitting at the bar, having a drink, and eating right at the bar. But I've always there for something else. I never like went there and went home. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It wasn't like I'm just going to P.F. Chang's to eat.
So neither of you guys have made a planned trip to a restaurant at the mall. It's always
I
been
don't think
something
so.
else.
But you had that Bonefish Grill, which was like a sit-down seafood restaurant. That place you would probably go there for dinner.
Yeah, that place isn't there anymore.
Right. So to your point, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't.
Well, but like Champs, people go there for dinner.
But Champs is something, but it's casual food.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I don't know. Was Bonefish Grill fancy?
Yeah, I mean you could eat it's a higher end seafood restaurant.
Can we do a quick sidebar?
Yeah.
We do quick. Okay. I never understood. Bonefish Grill sounds like the least appetizing name for a restaurant ever. You want fish? You want bonefish? Fish with a bunch of bones in it. You want to pick the meat off of the bones of the food we're going to give you at the Bonefish Grill?
Suck them bones dry.
Look, I mean, if you go to the mall as a family, it can be hard to get out of the mall without eating a meal.
Right.
right? Because the mall trip always takes longer than you think.
That's why they put the food court right in the middle of the place.
But
But the food court is its own separate thing.
Yes.
it's on the opposite.
Right.
In fact, with all of the malls, the food court is far away from where the restaurant areas are, right?
Right.
And that's a whole other ball of wax because these sit-down restaurants like P.F. Chang's and Champs and what was Nocino and Adelita's, they're competing with each other in the same area. You're also competing with much faster, less expensive food in that food court.
Yeah.
Plus the pretzels and the cookies and all that stuff.
And you even have two, because you have the Village Cafe, which is more like pastries, coffee, sandwiches. But then as soon as you walk inside, there's a Starbucks.
There is right there.
Yep.
So the Starbucks and the Village Bakery literally compete within walking distance of each other.
And
There's
let's-
always people in both of them.
Yeah.
Like there's always a line at the Starbucks in the mall, and there's always people in the Village Bakery. I guess it just depends on the time of the day and what you're feeling in that
let's-
moment.
And let's not forget, there's also two Asian restaurants fighting against each other
Yeah.
with P.F. Chang's.
Yeah.
And on the other side, in the old friendlies at Eastview, there's a, is it Tai Chi or Tai Chi? Tai Chi?
Oh yeah.
Ticino.
Ticino.
But I always kind of pictured like the food court was more of the spontaneous sit down, we're hungry, let's grab a bite to eat meal than the restaurants.
Okay, but you say that all three of us in this room have never really planned a trip to a restaurant
No.
at the
No.
mall. It's all been
Yeah.
spontaneous. And look, I mean, the food court's fine if you're. I want to sit down. If I've been walking around a mall with my family, I want to sit down at like Adelita's or P.F. Chang's or Champs and just take like 30 minutes and just be
Yeah,
like,
just to take it all night.
this sucks.
Yeah, it's nice.
Right, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the shopping sucked.
Mm-hmm.
I had to walk too much. I spent too much money. I'm gonna spend more money at the sit-down restaurant. That'll make me feel better.
Yeah, but the food court, you're hit with the smells, which will make you hungry in that moment, which is why I would think you'd get more.
Yeah, it's like a
traffic
mini
there.
Lilac Festival when you walk in there, right? All that hits you at once.
All right, I'm going to make a somewhat controversial statement about mall food courts. The older I get, the less appealing the mall food court becomes
Really?
to
Oh.
me. Yes.
Man, all that stuff looks so good.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Okay.
Because it's always on display,
Yeah,
too.
and you get to go like browse and decide what you want.
Especially the Chinese food.
No,
Yeah.
okay, Chinese I'm always down for it.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
like a showroom.
And they give you so. How do they stay in business with the amount of food they
I
give you at
know.
the
Yeah.
Chinese mall place?
Yeah.
Chinese mall place I'm cool with. When we were kids, Kimmy, come back with me to the food court of our youth. They were name brand like
The
chain
height of the food
restaurants.
court.
Yes, right. Like you had your
Burger
Burger King,
King.
you had your Taco Bell, you had your Sbarros.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. There was a chain sub shop in there. Like if you
It's
walk.
always a Subway.
Yeah. Like now, it's like a lot of like mom and pop places.
Yeah,
but I
you're
don't
right.
know. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's bad. You know
Yeah,
what
but
I'm
it's
saying?
better variety. But you get like that macarolin place.
Yep.
That's not. Is that there anymore?
I know
It's not
it
there
was.
anymore?
I don't know.
It's the last time I've been to the mall.
I don't know. Like
Yeah, it's right next to Kaufman's.
I used to. Maybe it's just me getting older. I used to look forward to the trips to the food courts,
Yeah.
and now
It's also delicious looking, man.
I know.
Then you got like the Annie pretzel.
Annie
Yep.
Ann's. Well, that's
Yep.
not in the food court. That's a separate stuff.
That's
Yeah, but
its
it's right
own separate
there.
Thing.
No, it's not.
That's a mall snack,
Yeah.
not a mall meal.
You get your Annie Ann's pretzel before you get your meal at the mall. Fewer. Can we talk about how there's fewer places to get obnoxious cookies at the mall than there used to be?
Yeah, the dessert game has gone downhill.
Thank
They
you.
don't have the big cookie joint?
I mean,
They
there
do.
u-
There are
used to
cookie
be
places.
There used to be 2 to 3 cookie places,
Yeah.
Kimmy. There were 2 to 3 cookie options
Yeah.
in which I could choose from. And now, if you're lucky, you get one cookie.
Oh,
one
that's
cookie
terrible.
spot. It's not good. And
I
some,
remember like people putting in orders at those cookie places for like birthdays and things like that. They'd go pick up their cookie cake there.
Yeah. And some places combine the pretzel and cookie game, which just doesn't work.
Which I think it was at Eastview.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a combo play.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I mean, what are we doing? What
I
happened to the America that I love? 252 WCMF. Nocino, the Italian restaurant out at Eastview Mall, has closed its doors forever. And Kimmy, wondering, we can't even answer the question the right way because it's hard to know. Have you ever made a reservation or gone to a mall restaurant just to go eat at the restaurant?
Yeah. Without having to get anything else at the mall.
Maybe it depends on the mall because, like, you talk about Greece. Greece has a ton of sit-down
Yeah,
restaurants
they've
throughout
built
the
that
mall.
up a lot
Yeah.
the last few years.
That, Kimmy, seems like more of a place where you can go and eat and then you maybe walk around the mall. Like, the plan is to eat first,
And then you.
Then shop.
then shop.
Okay.
right.
Is mall restaurant a good date night?
Nah.
I
You
wasn't
kinda
asking
phone it.
you snub ass
You
bitch.
kind of phoning it in, man.
What are you talking
I
about?
don't know. There's some good restaurants around there. Some good.
But it's a
go-tos.
date night?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
I mean, like, are you talking like first date?
No, let's say you're going to go out with your husband for the night.
Oh, yeah, we would have no problem going to place in the mall.
But you're looking for a little wangy tangy afterwards, right?
Well, I don't know what they sell at P.F. Chang's, but yeah, I mean, sure, I'll try whatever appetizers they're going to throw at me. Well, you can't.
I don't think you get laid
Bro,
after
you
a
can get
mall
laid at a
date.
You can get laid after a P.F. Chang's date.
I don't think so.
Why?
What's the difference between going to one of the places in the mall and going to a place on like Ridge Road somewhere?
I think your
all the
wife
same
feels
area.
like we're at the mall.
Okay, so
You took me to the mall for a date night. I think that would be
That's what
in her head.
Adelita's has a location in Pittsford, and Adelita's has a location at Eastview Mall.
Right.
Well, what's the difference?
I would say you're going to get luckier at the wall in Pittsford Plaza.
Oh, the one across from the Barnes & Noble, that's more of a romantic
The
view?
bookstore
Right. Oh,
that
the
shows you
window?
you think with your head, you read.
Okay.
So just because it doesn't stand alone, you think it ruins the ambiance?
Yes. It's just a little bit more effort.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Really?
Right, because you could be in that restaurant, you have no idea it's connected to a mall. It's its own separate thing.
There's no windows at P.F. Chang's, man. It's like a cave.
I don't think you get laid after a mall dinner date.
252 WCMF 2529263. Ladies, is a mall dinner date enough for a date in your mind? There is
Romantic.
There is one thing you always see at mall restaurants: teen date.
Oh, it's a great teen date.
The mall.
Well, yeah, because you're a kid.
Well, what does that mean?
You ain't got any money, man.
Those places aren't necessarily cheap.
Yeah, when's the last time you went to a P.F. Chang's, bro?
No, but they're not boozing it up.
Oh.
It's still expensive for a teenager.
All right, that's a high-end teen date.
Okay, yeah, that's what I mean.
But
like
it ain't a high-end adult.
I didn't say high end. I
You
said
bed
date,
mama tonight.
Date
You ain't
night.
turning that
Well-
bedroom into a sauna, boy.
It probably was probably better as a teen date when we were kids because you could go walk the mall and have some of your own date time afterwards.
Okay.
Whereas I don't know if those kids are allowed to go walk around.
No,
the
you're
mall.
right. Yeah, you got the curfew thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it is funny, though. That old TGI Fridays, Kimmy in Greece, the amount of unplanned pregnancies that began at that restaurant. Tell me I'm wrong. Hello.
That was the fancy spot. That was the step above if you were going to the mall.
You felt like a big timer, right? Like
Wow, look at those families. Wait for a table at TGI Fridays.
So with Nocino at Eastview Mall, the Italian restaurant closing, it does further prove a theory that I've had for years that you think I'm insane for having.
What's that?
That East Side Italian food does not stand up to the quality of West Side Italian food. It can't compete.
Well, I'm trying to think of East Side Italian restaurants that we have.
What's the one
We
in
have a
East
few.
Rochester?
You got Perlo's.
Perlo's. That's
Yeah.
a guy
And
like Perlo's.
you also got the North Side.
Okay.
Those are the two that stand out to me. There's not a lot of Italian like
No,
that.
there are. You just don't hear about them because it's. I mean, it's.
Well, they
hard to-
would be closed if you didn't hear about
Maybe
them.
they have closed. I'm just saying you can't
You
compete.
got Reds and you got
You got
Agatinas.
Reds, you got Agatinas, you
Which
got
is like your two-
Papagenos,
those are
you
your
got
headline.
Mama G's. You got. I can keep going. You want me to keep going?
There are a
We
lot
just-
in Henrietta alone.
Yeah, we'll do Italian all day on the West Side, bitch. Look, I mean, it's okay. Like you can't. Like we said, like cooking Italian food takes soul, and there's no soul on the East Side.
Listen to this.
Am I wrong?
Am I wrong?
Am I wrong? What about Fairport, Pittsford, Victor, Penfield says soul?
I don't know.
You need heart.
Well, it's a different type
There are-
of soul.
I would say like the ones on the east side are generally newer, and I don't know if that means better food or not. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They keep closing. You
I
tell
would
me.
say like if you eat on the East Side Italian restaurant,
Yeah.
they're trying too hard probably.
What do you mean by that?
They're trying to get like off the. They're gonna do something weird to your calamari. Your meatball's gonna have something in it non-traditional
Okay.
that you're not gonna want.
There's going to be a goat cheese in there?
Yeah, I mean, if you want good Italian food, like Americanized Italian
Okay, I
food,
hate you when you do that too, because you're like
You're
you're
gonna
from
go to Reds.
Sicily. No, but like you're from, you're not Italian. It's American Italian.
I want-
Americanized Italian.
I want a meatball the size of my grandfather's fist.
A sausage the size of gorilla's piscinis.
Yes. I mean, you want Italian comfort food.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And look, it's okay. You guys can't have everything.
I don't want my calamari sautéed. I want it deep fried like the old school.
And
Yes.
big portions.
And I want a good dipping sauce.
Yes, absolutely. Give me a place where I can get veal parm and send me on my way.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
We have a follow-up to a story we first told you about Monday, and the story was very surprising. We, as far as we could remember, had never seen anything like this in our area.
Oh.
And what this police department thinks, and a lot of the people that support this police department east of us, they believe this is a way to finally combat teenage crime.
Yes.
We'll recap what we told you earlier, but now we are hearing from one of the guardians who was arrested
All right.
for what their kid did.
Yeah.
And Look, there was a debate to be had on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a debate to be had today. But what one woman shares with us,
One of the Guardians.
yeah, involving her arrest, doesn't. I don't know if it makes it better.
Okay.
Or, we'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. Little twist to a story we brought you Monday.
What happened?
Well, around this time on Monday, we told you about a town that dropped the hammer on guardians of some kids who had been caught causing, according to the town, major issues. And when I described, Tommy, what they did, you did not like this.
Yeah.
Kimmy wasn't even here for it.
Yeah.
Some folks listening called the show and said, well, Tommy, you're dumb. It's about time they finally did this. Some new information has made things maybe a little more complicated.
Okay.
And it might raise the question, at this age, would you care that your parents, grandparents, your guardian is now in trouble for what you did?
Yeah, they on the hook.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. You know, we were just talking about would you get laid on a date night at a mall
Yeah.
restaurant.
Sure.
There is a date night, and it starts Friday, your first opportunity. That will get you all kinds of romance. And it's interesting that every age you are at every point of life in the greater Rochester area, there is a date for you here.
Oh.
And I'll explain just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So 2 days ago, we told you about a situation out in Palmyra. Two teenagers, 13 and 14. So the initial story said they were both 14 years old. It is now a 13-year-old girl and a 14-year-old boy.
Yeah.
Have been involved, according to the Palmyra Police Department, in over 30 incidents of law breaking. They run the gamut from tiny things to what police describe as serious crimes, some of them including graffiti, destruction of property, breaking into buildings. The police want them to stop, but police say because they're kids, they cannot punish them the way that they need to. So they took a different route, and they arrested their guardians instead. A 61-year-old grandma and a 77-year-old great-grandma were arrested, charged with endangering the welfare of a child, amongst other charges. And you had asked the other day, Tommy, if they had actually been arrested. And I said, probably not. You just show up, you give them a ticket.
Yeah.
There's mugshots.
Oh, my God.
Now, we've never seen this before. At least if we had, it hadn't made the news. But it's something, Tommy, that people have argued needed to be done for years. You want these kids to be held accountable.
All right.
You hold the guardians accountable.
Turn out the heat on Grandma.
And it made you uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, you're busting Granny.
Now, Kimmy,
Yeah.
Great-granny.
you were not here for this conversation.
I was not. This was news to me.
So I will quickly ask you before we get to this new information.
Yeah.
Finding out that they have arrested parents, grandparents for what their kids, who they're responsible for have done. Is this something you're okay with?
I don't think it's going to solve any problems because I don't think that the kids are worried about their grandparents.
Okay.
I would say, yeah, like I don't think it's going to prevent the kids from doing anything because why would it?
All right. So let's put a pin in that because for the first time, we are hearing from one of the women who was arrested.
These poor old grannies.
Janet, is it Heaven or Haven? It's spelled Heaven. She's 61 years old.
Right.
And she is the grandmother of the 13-year-old girl we just told you about. And this woman on 10 NBC last night acknowledges that her granddaughter has run-ins with the law.
Yeah.
That being said, she is very confused with the route the police department took arresting her. And this is Janet on 10 NBC last night.
Yeah, they shouldn't have been doing what they were doing, but why am I getting arrested? I mean, I had a mugshot. I've never done this. I've never been arrested before. Mugshot, fingerprinted. I don't know. I'm just like, why are you doing this?
She also shares in the story that she just had a stroke.
She had a stroke?
Recently.
Oh, my
She
God.
recently had a stroke.
So she's
I don't know.
got medical conditions.
Well, yes. She
On
has-
top of trying to, because this child is in her care.
Yeah.
Which means there was a problem, and that's why Grandma is taking care of you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, Grandma's got medical conditions. I'm guessing she ain't rich. I mean, this poor woman's just trying to do the best she can.
Well, I mean, look, you are also painting a picture that we're not totally sure of. You're using.
Well, logic.
Well, no, I mean, look.
I mean, if a child is with the grandparent,
Yes,
I'm guessing
that is true.
There was a situation.
That is true. But to go further and go, she's doing the best she can, as much as we want to believe that.
She got a stroke.
She got a stroke. She had a stroke. You don't
She
get
got
a
stroke.
stroke. I just got stroke.
She got a stroke, and I'm guessing, and it sounds like there's no grandfather.
I did that. We don't know either.
Well, I would
Well, you think
he
they
would
would have been
be-
arrested
yeah.
together?
Okay, well, I
Yeah.
don't
As a
know.
parent, so I'm guessing she's a single woman in her 60s with a medical condition trying to take care of a 13-year-old child.
All right, so the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And because we do concern ourselves with being fair on this show, the police department reiterated again last night on the story on 10 NBC that they did not want to do this.
I understand.
But they felt there was no other choice.
Right.
And they do say in the story that these two kids, according to the Palmyra Police Department, were responsible for 60% of the youth crime in Palmyra.
Wow.
Two kids, 60%.
That's some power.
Yeah.
That being said, as of now, this is the only town we know of that has resorted to arresting a guardian.
So what happens to the kid while their guardians
Yeah,
are
that's a great point.
that's what I wonder.
So I don't know. I don't
Where
think
do they
this
Was
go?
she processed and sent home?
Yeah, I'm assuming.
Okay.
You're not, I mean,
All
look,
right.
we've seen charges
Yeah.
like this before. Where I assume they just wrote him an appearance ticket. I didn't know they brought him. I was shocked to see a mugshot, frankly.
Yeah, I was too. But
Right.
now I'm thinking, you just made this home life even worse.
Okay, but what do you do then?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't. But I know you. I think you made a. Sometimes it's better to do nothing than something that makes it even worse.
Well, the argument can be made if you do nothing, the kid goes further and hurts himself. And look, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I am with you. This makes me wildly uncomfortable.
Right.
But if we're being fair to the situation, we can easily sit here and go, this isn't the way, but we also don't have a way.
Yeah.
Right? So what's the way? And I think the question here comes down to what changes if you arrest the guardians of the kids.
Yeah.
Because the idea is either these guardians are now stricter with the kids and make sure they're not out doing stuff. Now, this woman,
Because they got skin in the game now.
exactly, this woman who was on 10 NBC last night went on to say, and this wasn't included in the interview, this was in the print on the website, that, I'm paraphrasing, she can't be around her 24/7. Like,
Right.
you know, I can only do so much as
Right.
one person. And I know there are parents listening right now that went through that with their own kids, right? Like, what are you going to do? Handcuff yourself to the kid?
And she probably doesn't have a lot of money.
Okay.
She doesn't have a lot of resources. If she's 60, had a stroke, she could be on a fixed income.
Sure.
And that ain't going to be much, bro. You ain't getting rich on that.
The other idea behind this is that the kids see their parents, grandparents, guardians arrested,
Yeah.
and that affects them
Okay.
to the point where they decide they're going to straighten up and fly right. And that's the question I have, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Whether it's you, whether it is your kid, would seeing your parents, grandparents, the person that takes care of you, arrested for what you did wrong
Right.
be enough to stop you from doing
But
it?
I don't even know if a kid can process that.
Oh, I think you, 13, 14, you
Well,
can
but
process
by
that.
the way, I don't know what that kid has seen in their life.
Good call. That's a good point.
I don't know what they've been through. Doesn't sound good to me.
That's a good point. Well, but there's also
I mean, they weren't raised like me.
well, I mean, but you were raised like you, and you were a dick too. You were just out there causing all kinds of problems.
Yeah, but I wasn't, you know.
You just didn't get caught, you know. And your dad
yeah.
had money, you know.
Well,
so
I always
things went
I
away.
always said, you know, people on retainer.
Your dad lied to you for a hit and run. Lied for you on a hit and run, excuse me. So don't sit here and be like, well, I wasn't. I was only hitting and running and drinking and driving and having unprotected premarital sex in a car on a beach. All of those things.
That was it, but that was the 70s, baby.
And you came up in a rich-ass two-parent home.
Yes, I did.
Mom making you 3 fresh-ass meals a day.
Yeah.
Italian style. Not East Side Italian, West Side
good
Italian.
stuff, good stuff.
So, I mean, like...
The real calamari, the fried one.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right. So now that we got this new information, that this woman says she had a stroke, she doesn't understand why she's being arrested, her argument that she can't be around this kid 24/7,
Right.
13 years old, 61-year-old woman, and the idea that maybe the police department is thinking these kids will realize how serious the situation is when someone other than them is being affected. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom. How are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on?
Yo.
So I agree with this premise 100%. However, they're missing the picture here. Arresting the grandma isn't the way to do this. Where are the friggin' parents?
Obviously, they ain't there, so that you can't.
Going
So
after-
what?
She's the guardian, man. I mean,
That's the parent that you have to work with.
But the whole problem here today is people having kids that shouldn't be having friggin' kids, and we got to hold them responsible. Clearly, the grandmother did the right thing, we're assuming, right, and took care of this kid because the deadbeat dad,
Yeah.
the deadbeat mom,
All right,
whatever.
hold on. Let's stop. Those parents could be dead, Tom. We don't know what
They
happened.
could be.
No,
You're-
but
you're
hold on.
right. All
But
right,
let's
that's
stop. No, hold on.
okay.
I hear what you're saying. And I understand your passion here. I
They
get
could
it.
be deadbeats.
No, like
deadbeat.
Tom, we have no idea what happened in
We
the
don't.
background here. And you
Yeah.
say, Tom, the idea behind this law is good. The way it's enacted is poor, but it's enacted the way that it's written. And I think that's the problem with this idea, right? Is like you want to believe that if these parents were around and, back on the straight and narrow, everything would be just fine. But Tom,
But they ain't.
Yeah, and Tom, I don't know if you know people. I can speak for me in my personal life. There are parents that try as hard as they can, have the resources for their kids, and for whatever reason, those kids just want to raise hell. It's not always about how the parents raise them, Tom.
I don't disagree with that. You're right. The majority, though, the majority of these kids out there doing these problems, if you go back to their home, it's either their parents don't give a crap or their parents just walked out. That's
all right, but
the
Tom,
majority.
All right, but Tom, here's the thing. You said a second ago, parents these days are having kids that shouldn't be having kids. That's from the beginning of time.
Yes.
Look at Tommy's parents, for God's sake.
We had a different society then, though. The neighborhood would bring up. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm only 55 years old.
Yeah.
If I was screwing around in the neighborhood, my next door neighbor would kick my ass and then bring me home, and then my father would kick my ass.
Thoughts, Tommy?
I mean, I'm sure he has an idea what he thought his childhood was.
Okay.
And he has a right to that.
Sure.
But I knew parents that fit the bill of these parents today back in my day.
The one that he's describing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I knew deadbeat dads. My dad had business partners that just walked out on their kids. Rich men that had to pay $25 a head for their kid. They go, what? That's a good deal.
Well, that's
See ya.
But that's when $25 is $25.
But they walked on their kids.
Tom, look, I get what you're saying. I understand. But again, it's not about what we want it to be. When the law is this, it's what it is. And what we're witnessing is what it is. You know what I mean, Tom?
Yeah, no, I do. I think the other problem is it's generational deadbeats now. So when I was growing up, if my parents were deadbeats, usually Grandma and Grandpa were going to do something about it.
But that's what this
right?
woman's doing. She's stepping up. She's taking care of this kid. She had a stroke.
You're right.
Tom, I'm sorry. Tom, I got to look. I know it's complicated. I got to take some more calls, but I really appreciate the call, man.
Of course, yeah.
Thanks. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. Again, well, what? You're making
Yeah,
me look.
but everybody talks about this Norman Rockwell neighborhood that they all grew up in, which is complete BS, man.
Well, Norman Rockwell grew up in it.
Yeah, and he had to paint a fake picture of his life.
Man!
Oh, those were actors and models.
252 WCMF, the story we told you about Monday. The great-grandmother arrested out in Palmyra for what a 13 and 14-year-old had been doing. The police say they don't want to do this, but they do say in the story on WC that these two kids are responsible for 60% of the youth crime in the village of Palmyra. We're talking, they say crimes that are both big and small, things that went from graffiti to destruction of property to breaking into buildings. Could you give me that audio one more time? This is a 61-year-old grandmother of the 13-year-old girl. Her name is Janet, and she is very confused as to why the police department did this.
Yeah, they shouldn't have been doing what they were doing, but why am I getting arrested? I mean, I had a mugshot. I've never done this. I've never been arrested before. Mugshot, fingerprinted. I don't know. I'm just like, why are you doing this?
She went on to say in the story that she had recently had a stroke.
Yes.
So, I mean, and again,
it's horrible, man.
The Palmyra Police Department says they didn't want to do this, and it's easy for us to sit here and say we don't like this. All three of us do not like this idea. We think it's not a good idea. But then we go, okay, well, what do you do? We go, oh.
I'm thinking the kid's going to probably go into a program, right?
But does the program help?
But I'm guessing that's the next step.
Oh, you're saying like ward of the state kind of thing.
Foster care,
but again,
group home.
I mean, there are people that have had horrible experiences in all of those.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, how are you, brother?
I'm doing all right. How are you guys?
Mark, good. What do you got, my friend?
I think it's all crap that they're going to blame these parents or the grandparents. All right, it's on the law. It's their fault. Where's the juvenile detention centers that these kids belong in? And not only that, they make laws to where parents can't discipline their children in certain ways, and that you're still responsible for them until they're 18. It's crap.
All right, but
Change
let's talk
the laws.
Okay, but Mark,
Make the laws responsible for what these kids are doing and put them where they belong.
All right, but Mark, let's go down that road. First of all, there are going to be parents that say, wait a minute, I have the ability to raise my kid the way that I think I should raise my kid, so if you put those laws on my kid, well, you're interfering with my freedom as an American to be a dad. I'll go a step further, Mark. They do have these juvenile facilities. In fact, one juvenile facility that's right down the street from my house is overflowing with kids right now. There's not space for them. They're looking to put in more places. And a step further, Mark, there are lots of people. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get this all out so you can make your point again after. There are people listening who at 13, 14, 15 years old were getting in all kinds of trouble, and they managed to straighten themselves out. And their argument is, if you put me in a facility at that age, it doesn't straighten me out. It makes me a better criminal.
All right. Well, the bigger point is blaming the parents for this and arresting the parents. All right. It's not their fault that these kids don't have anywhere to go. I mean, you can do, like you said earlier, you can do everything right. And if you can't reach them kids because, you just can't reach every kid, you can't arrest a 67-year-old grandmother when she can't, when her hands are tied. You can't do it. You shouldn't be able to do that.
I agree with you, but Mark, again...
So Mark wants to loosen up the laws of how you discipline your children.
No, loosen the laws of... Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, he wants to, crack an ass, get a switch.
I mean, it's a double standard. You get in trouble and you get arrested for disciplining your kid, let's say spanking, or, you can't even detain your own kid into the house. If the kid wants to leave, you can't restrain them. That's the law. You're supposed to let them walk out of the house. And yet I'm responsible for them when they leave the house. You got to change something.
I can't stop a 4-year-old from going outside.
No, because that kid's going to crack your ass, bud. Baby, you see how big 4-year-olds are now?
Get in here, baby.
I'm telling you, my brother went through this shit.
Whoa, Mark. How dare Mark, we're sending you to a juvenile detention center until you figure out what you did wrong.
Because you got a dirty cuss mouth.
Mark, thanks for the call, buddy. Right. Have a good rest of the day.
Go switch yourself.
No, but look, you hear that frustration, and we're getting a ton of Facebook messages. We're running out of time about parents who went through this with their kids, and they're actually saying exactly along the lines of what Mark said. This comes in from Dave. Dave says, I got in trouble for what my kid was doing, never arrested, but was scolded. I also got in trouble for the way I was trying to discipline them, never hit them, but kept them from doing things where I started getting questions from the school about what was going on at home. I felt like there was nothing I could do. Thank goodness both of my daughters eventually straightened out and became responsible adults, but it gets very frustrating.
Man, my sister was the biggest hard ass with 2 of the 3 of her daughters. Mm-hmm. Like knockdown, drag out physical fights when they were in high school.
Damn.
And it didn't do a damn. It made the situation worse. I mean, I would love to sit here and say, yeah, man, that heavy hand works. I've never seen it work.
I agree with you there too, but I mean, that's what's so complicated about freaking kids, man. Like, if there was a manual, we'd all go out and buy it right now.
Yeah.
It's hard to make a blanket statement about anybody's situation.
Which makes the arrest more complicated.
All right.
Right? If there is no blanket way to raise every single kid, how do you arrest parents and guardians for issues that they're having?
Because, how would you arrest that parent and not see the situation a little bit further down the road, and you'd have to do the same to that set of parents, right? You can't pick and choose. I don't know.
You would think so. And here's my fear. I'm just going to say this out loud. And again, Palmyra Police Department says they didn't want to do this.
Right.
They did not. That's what they said. They don't want to do this. My fear is that other towns see that this is now an option, see the reaction that is coming, which isn't all entirely negative.
Yeah.
And maybe to score points.
All right.
Maybe because they think this might be the last resort, they go, we're going to do this too.
All right.
That's not good. I don't think that's a good thing.
As long as they don't come for the step-grandparent, I am fine with that legislation.
Let's take a break. Let's say, Tommy, we're talking about kids and headaches
Too
and
much.
issues. I mean, you got kids. You got to get away from them every once in a
while.
Yeah.
What do I do?
How about a nice date night?
A
unique date night that you can do every year, but one that your lady always looks forward to.
Okay. And it's a once-a-year opportunity?
Well, it kicks off this Friday.
Oh, boy.
That's right. And what's funny about this festival is it's a date night for every single couple, whether you're a teenager all the way up into your 80s and 90s. The only thing that changes is the way that date looks.
Okay.
At the same place.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It kicks off this week, Tommy.
What's that?
A Rochester tradition unlike any other. The unofficial start of festival season. And also a way to entertain someone you're quite fond of for an evening. However, the age you are when you cross those snow fences decides what kind of date you will be having while you're at the Lilac Festival. You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF Live Nation presents Concert Week.
Oh.
Starts today,
All right.
10 a.m. all the way through the 14th of May. It's 1 week to get up to 75% off tickets so you can see all of the artists you love this summer long for just $25 each.
Damn.
You can visit livenation.com/concert week to learn more. In celebration of Live Nation's Concert Week, visit WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to 6 shows coming to Western New York, including Burt Kreischer, Skynyrd, the Outlaw Music Festival. That's the one with Dylan and Willie Nelson.
Yeah.
Creed, Tom Segura, Dane Cook, all of that courtesy of Live Nation. So go to WCMF.com. Check that out with your friends from CMF. Just after 7:45 this morning, the knifeless Swiss Army knife.
Yeah. What is that?
It's pretty self-explanatory.
I got a Swiss Army knife at home full of blades.
Swiss Army tools.
What's it gonna do?
Everything but cut.
Yeah.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Kimmy,
Yeah.
is the Lilac Festival a good date night?
Yeah, I think it could be, especially on a nice night. Going to like one of the concerts that they have. They got food, beer, everything you need right there.
Okay, because Friday night this weekend, the annual Purple Tradition is back. And parade, all that jazz Saturday morning. We know that for Mother's Day, Sunday will be slammed.
Oh, yeah.
It's an easy place to keep mom busy for a few hours. It's like throwing a cat a ball of yarn.
Yeah.
But the Lilac Festival also serves a purpose for that other woman in your life. Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
You are how old now?
35.
Damn, you got old fast.
I know.
What happened? Tommy and I are still cool.
Yeah.
How many different guys have taken you to the Lilac Festival as a date since you've lived in Rochester?
I think I went there once with my husband.
That's it?
I'm trying to remember. I don't think that was a date night for any other date.
Tommy, you've taken multiple women to the Lilac Festival on dates, right?
I have.
Okay.
3.
Three different women. It's easy. It's timely.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on, right? I've done the same thing. Like, it's the go-to easiest way to entertain someone that you're fancying after.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about dates at the Lilac Festival, the age you are when you go on that date changes what you will be doing for a romantic evening. For example, Tommy, what does a date night now at the Lilac Festival look like with your wife?
Oh, we're gonna do a lot of shopping.
Okay.
We're hitting all those booths.
Going through little shops?
Yeah.
Okay. You're not going for the music.
Maybe. I don't think it's a big. It depends on the music.
It gets really loud, though.
If it gets loud, I'm out.
It's loud. There are a lot of speakers out there.
I think it's gonna be mostly shopping. She's gonna want a wine.
Okay, one glass of wine.
I'll score a beer.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think
Calm down, you two.
it'd be crazy. Maybe 2.
So at my age, late or 30s to early 40s, it's a combo plate.
But you're on a short timeline too.
You're
'cause
right.
You get the kids.
You're right.
Right.
Now, my wife's going to want to go to those stupid shops because we might be in the market for a cheese board made out of a melted bottle of wine.
Yeah.
Right? But we also could be going for the bands.
All right.
Right? I know there are music groups that my wife would like to see while we were there, and we're still at the age where we can handle that kind of noise. And while we're there, we're also going to have a drink or two at the booze tent. I don't know, man. Maybe we'll take an Uber back. Kimmy,
Yeah.
the late 20s to early 30s crew,
Yeah.
what does your date night at the Lilac Festival look like?
I think you're going a little bit later in the day.
Okay.
You're definitely hitting up the food and booze area.
Okay.
You're there. You're there because there's music, but you don't really care who's playing.
Which is interesting because all of the bands are aimed directly at
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, but I don't know, I don't even know if you're necessarily looking at the schedule or you're just thinking, well, there'd be music there, so let's go, set down a blanket or something and sit and listen.
So here's what's funny about Kimmy's age and the date of the Lilac Festival.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy is still too young to buy local art.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like, you're not hanging anything in your wall that you're buying from a vendor at the Lilac Festival.
Yeah, probably. I'm not going there for that purpose.
Okay, but
Yeah.
you're also now too old to go to the Lilac Festival just to get hammered.
Well, you're definitely going to browse. You browse.
But you're not going to get blasted on alcohol at your age.
No.
Right?
No, you're probably not going with like a big group of friends. Like
You're not
going
gonna
to
have fun.
right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have really scaled back, mild fun.
And then comes the best time to be at the Lilac Festival. The early 20-somethings, because it's booze
bro,
central.
it's nothing but a party.
You
The problem is they don't appreciate it. Like, I'd like to pull them aside and go, man, take a look around at some of these old folk.
Yeah.
Go out here and have some fun.
Okay.
Like
Tear it up.
you're probably leaving early to go somewhere else, right?
If you're
not
not gonna
even sticking around that long.
If you're not going to spend the whole time in the tent and just drinking until you can't walk straight anymore. But here's what's weird about the take you just had. Tommy, you could go have that fun. No one is stopping you from going.
My old ass body is telling me you're done.
Okay, but like you're sitting here saying you don't know how good you have it. You could go drink your face off at the Lilac Festival, catch an Uber home, and everything will be just
Nobody
fine.
wants to see a drunk old man. There's nothing more disgusting on this planet is some disheveled drunk old man.
But why would you let what other people think about
It's
you?
not cute.
Take away?
It's not funny. It's not cute. It's just pathetic.
It gets a little sad.
Right.
Well, look, to your point, with age comes wisdom. That pounding drinks at the Lilac Festival may not be the smartest thing to do. One, because of your body. You're right.
I'm going to pay for it.
Nobody
Oh,
wants
God.
to be around you.
Right.
Two, it's also the least economical thing you could ever do because you can go to a bar and have the same booze at like
Why would I
half
do
price.
this when I could go drink in my backyard?
Yes.
But we all did it, whether it was at the Lilac Festival or some other festival over and over again,
Hell yeah.
growing up in Rochester. To all you ladies that are listening, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is your ideal night at the Lilac Festival? And I ask only because there are men listening over the next 2 weekends who are going to want to take their girlfriends, their wives, their fiancés, their partners, whatever. What does that perfect night at the Lilac Festival look like for you? You don't want to be the one that leads them around like a golden retriever. You want him to be a little creative. So what does creative look like at the Lilac Festival, Tommy?
Well, you only have so many options when you're there.
Yeah,
right?
if you're not creative.
Well, I mean, you're going at night. You're not walking around looking at bushes and the lilacs.
Well, no, some people will go at like
I
4
guess
or
you
5
could,
o'clock.
Yeah.
All right.
You're not a bush looker?
I'll look at a good bush.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's fully bloomed.
Like, I've never gone to the Lilac Festival and looked at the flowers. Is that romantic?
Well, I mean, like, your wife would enjoy that.
But is it romantic?
I think
so, because that's something she enjoys.
I think it's romantic, but you have to plan on it being short-lived. Like, I don't know how long that portion of the date's going to last for before you're like, okay, let's go check out something else now.
All right, well, let me ask you this question, Kimmy. If I'm looking to put my wife in a wonderful mood, am I going to have a better chance going, no, come with me, I take her by the hand, and we walk through the park, and we smell the lilacs, and we're enjoying that? Or am I going to have a better chance if I go, come with me, baby, and I grab her by the hand, and I get her a drink, and I put it in her hand, and I sneak up behind her, put my arms around her waist, and we're just watching some jam band get after
And
it?
you're swaying?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'd probably dig that.
Slow dancing, swaying to the music.
But how about this? After you do that, you go, you know, honey, we should, I think we need new gutters. We should go talk to that gutter guy and maybe get a new water softener.
It is a weird mix, right?
And maybe, you know, we haven't gotten a new DNC subscription in a while.
No, but here's what sucks, man. At my age, all of those things are appealing to my wife and I.
Actually, you know what? We could use some new gutters.
You know, I don't feel
There's got to be a gutter guy. There's got to be a water softener guy.
Sounds like a pretty good deal.
You know, you would think after all the years of that water softener guy being at the Lilac Festival, there wouldn't be any hard water left in the Greater Rochester area, right? He's gotten to everybody.
Maybe we should get a ShamWow.
Like, the fact that all of those things exist at the festival, it takes away from the romance because I'm going to stop and look.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
Right?
now you're at Home Depot.
No, you're totally right. Like, it would be more romantic if they didn't let those, like, vendors that are trying to sell me all that stuff into the festival. Protect me from myself, man. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With the Lilac Festival kicking off on Friday night, going for the next 2 weeks, your date night at the Lilac Festival will be different based on how old you are. But again, as men, we just go and let our wives, girlfriends, fiancés lead us around by the nose. Is that what they want to do?
Well, I mean, let her do what she finds fun.
It
You know
is.
what I mean?
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Right.
Because I get in this discussion with my wife all the time.
All right.
There are times where she wants to decide what we're doing romantic.
Yeah, yeah.
And then there are times where she'll look at me and she'll be like, you know, you never have any ideas of what to do romantic. But she doesn't tell me when I'm supposed to do which.
But the problem with that is, with like in all marriages, whatever you plan, let's say you plan something romantic, she's going to make changes to it. As soon as you get there, she's going to start making changes.
Preach, brother. Preach.
So, like, basically, I just picked a destination. You're going to pick the activities.
But the picking of the destination is a step.
I guess.
No, but like, I want to be a good husband. I want to be romantic.
But the spontaneous thing that they want, they don't want. They want. My wife has in her mind what spontaneity is.
Okay. And you have to plan it?
Right. We have planned being spontaneous, and it doesn't work.
I will say I think it benefits you more because you were asking, is it better to surprise her with a walk through the lilacs or a sway at a concert? And I would say whatever one she least expects you to do would be the bigger move on your
Swaying
part.
for me would be a big one.
Right. Like I would think like that would be so far out of your comfort zone that your wife would be impressed.
But here's the thing, you're built for swaying, bro. Like even the heels on your boots, all you have to do is just go heel to toe and you're swaying, bro.
The problem is my hips don't move that way. I have glass hips, man. I have
Glass
no rhythm.
hips? Shut up.
I have glass hips and no rhythm. There ain't no swaying.
It sounds like a Phil Collins song. Glass hips. Can't dance.
Yes.
You know, the most interesting part of how all of this Lilac Festival date works,
Yeah.
the young folks and the old folks and all the folks in between being romantic, doing their different things during the festival, it all works in harmony.
Oh, sure it does.
Right? Like, I mean, no one is ever disturbing anybody else.
Unless those kids are being too loud.
Well, that's just it. But those kids aren't there to be romantic. They're there to cause a bunch of problems. And even more interesting, as you get older, you graduate to the older level of Lilac Festival date without even realizing it.
Oh, yeah. Your body just shifts.
Yeah, like
into that mode.
it's not a plan. Like all of a sudden, you're like 33 and you're walking onto the beer tent to see more of a band, and you don't know why. And then all of a sudden, you're 45, and while the band is playing, you're wandering over to some like, wow, those are some interesting hanging plants.
Oh, yes.
Well, let's go check that out over there.
I don't think they get much sun in our backyard, though.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
When you look at it on the whole, a trip to the Lilac Festival should not be a romantic trip. It's a big field with a tent.
Yeah.
Right?
And yeah.
It's not, I mean, I guess the surrounding area is picturesque with the flowers, but again, most people don't go look at the flowers.
No.
It's a guy trying to sell you a magazine subscription. It's a bunch of sweaty guys in dirty white t-shirts trying to sell you food out of a truck, right? Here's some kettle corn. Here's a tent where we're going to sell you a $9 beer.
Yeah. Here's
What-
some Italian sausage.
It's not romantic at
No.
all.
You're
when
dodging strollers.
Yes, but for some reason it works.
Yeah, it does.
I mean,
But it's also with spring fever and
Yeah,
everything else,
that's
getting
what I was thinking.
outside.
Okay.
Everybody's kind of in a good mood.
You have a
too.
little bit more patience for that outdoor crowd because
Yeah.
it's your first outdoor crowd of the season.
Are you not romantic crowd person? Do you not find crowds romantic, Kimmy?
Do I not find crowds
Like,
romantic?
would you find a night alone with your husband or a night in a crowd with your husband more romantic?
I think it's just the whole being outdoors and being at this place together. Like I think it's still romantic if there's a crowd there.
Okay.
I like people watching.
I mean, I do too, but my wife hates when I like people watching.
Well, yeah,
you
because
say
that's the
stuff out
problem.
loud.
Well, yeah, she's there. Who else am I going to sing it
Right.
to?
Because I love to sit there and be sarcastic. That's like the perfect evening.
You guys should go on a date together.
We have.
Yeah.
That's why we're so close. What do you think we did at those bars all those years? Look at that. Oh, yeah. There's sport coat jackass. It'll really cover up the fact you got no hair and you're 100 pounds overweight. No, she's into it. She's telling you to keep talking to her. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, God.
You watched us do it with a guy this morning for 45 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Going back to this idea that women, they
Yeah.
want us to be romantic without having to be told. And then when we do that romantic thing, they want to tell us what to do
Right.
to be romantic. Kimmy, when is the last time your husband had a romantic evening that you had no part in? Like he controlled
that
it
he
from front to back?
completely
Yeah, you guys
surprised
swept
me?
up.
Yeah. No, it doesn't have to be a surprise. It was just his plan the entire
Yeah.
time.
My husband's pretty good at planning things because I'm a very indecisive person.
Okay.
So it's not really out of the ordinary for him to just decide something and I'll go along with it because I don't care enough. Well, no, I'm saying
I don't
not that I
care,
don't care.
man.
That's a bad way to put it. I'm just saying, like, I would rather him just choose
don't
because
give
if
a
I'm
damn.
given too many options, I just won't even. I'll be like, well, let's just not go anywhere.
All right. So your advice then is for men to take control, tell their wives what they're going to be doing, and this is going to be romantic, and you got to like it.
Yeah, especially if you know what she likes.
No, don't do that. I was kidding. I was waiting for you to be like, don't do
Yeah,
that.
it's a disaster.
What are you?
Well, I think every now and then we like a surprise.
No, you
Like,
don't.
I got a reservation. We're going here.
Okay.
Because if I did that, let's say I go a surprise reservation somewhere.
Yeah.
The first thing my wife's going to do right before we leave, she's going to go online and look at that menu.
Yeah.
Oh, all the appetizers are just fish. And everything's fried. Yeah, we're out.
I mean, you did say, Kimmy, you are a pre-dinner menu reader.
I am.
That wouldn't give
I
you
am.
anxiety?
But I am, but I guess if you keep it a surprise, I can't do that.
Okay.
And here's what I
So-
love about women too.
No, so you set them off. You set them off.
None of y'all think you're picky eaters. And then when I start mentioning,
Coming from the pickiest eater on the planet.
that's just because I was fat and I was gonna die. But if you ask anyone, oh, I'm not a picky eater. Oh, I don't know.
Kimmy's not a picky eater.
I'm not.
I went to a buffet with that girl.
No, she's very picky. She don't stop picking.
All right. I don't know why this is so confusing to you. It's actually pretty straightforward.
I'm
I mean, the reason
confused.
they're doing it makes sense. Look,
All
I
right.
mean, this has a bunch of tools for a reason.
Yeah, but it was like the essential cool like kid thing.
No, but that's just it. It's not that you need this thing that they're taking out of some of them. You just want it because you think it looks cool.
Well, because you had it. And it's not even cool anymore.
But you don't really need it.
What does it do? Nothing.
Everything else?
Everything else was like one other thing.
We'll get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce you to the knifeless Swiss Army knife next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I mean, it's a pretty simple explanation. I don't know why you're so upset.
All right.
And, like, here's the thing. At your age, you don't even need this part of it. You can use all the other tools inside.
I have one of these.
Why?
I use it all the time.
No, you don't.
I do. In the summertime, I use it all the time.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, it's hate.
A man who's very upset with your take on what you'd do if a man that you worked under was doing drugs in the office. And it comes off of a story of a man from Greece at the post office who was doing some very illegal things. And we'll recap that story for you in a second. But in this man's rage letter, which it is very apparent he tried to write it to our management and it got to us instead, he does make one really good point.
This guy's a lame ass.
You don't even know what the point is.
He's not cool.
Okay. Yeah, be cool. Do cocaine with your boss.
Yes.
Put that on a T-shirt. We'll get to all of that. Hate Mail of the Week just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The Swiss Army Knife Company is now developing knifeless Swiss Army knives.
So
What does that mean?
Now they're calling it just a Swiss tool?
Yes, it's called this.
Paperweight?
Hold on, I'm sorry. There
It'll
is a
hold
name
down all
for
your
it.
papers.
It's called Victorinox.
All right.
No, I'm sorry. That's the company that makes the Swiss Army knife. Yeah, long story short, I don't see a name for it, but there's a reason they're doing this.
Yeah, kids are cutting their hands.
That's not it. So in Europe, there has been a rise in knife crime, as they put it in this
Are they
story.
using the Swiss Army knife?
Well, I don't know what kind of knife they're using, but because of the rise in knife crime, they are now banning knives from certain places.
Oh.
And people that have Swiss Army knives are not allowed to bring those knives into those places, some of them including working people who use the other tools inside the Swiss Army knife. So in an effort to allow them to continue to carry those tools, they're going to produce these bladeless Swiss Army knives so they can continue to carry their knife.
But most of, like, that Swiss Army knife I have, like 90% of it's knives. Like, are they just going to leave the corkscrew and the bottle opener?
Well, all right, what comes with the
Some
stuff?
of those have like the little scissor looking things.
Yeah,
Well,
in
that
case
would
you
be a
want to
blade.
trim your
True.
pinky.
Well, no, they also come with the Allen wrench on the inside, right? You can pop that sucker out.
Yeah, pulls out.
Yeah, right, that little thing. There's like 15. Kimmy, can you Google what tools come in a standard Swiss Army knife?
Because there has to be 8 knives in that thing. Because it even has like that little teeny weeny blade.
There are different.
In case you want to stab a midget in Dusseldorf. Come here, midget. Stab it. This is illegal.
Why does he speak
Because
English?
I don't know. I'm bilingual. You're stabbing me in Germany.
Is it Germany? Okay, I was going to wonder. Yeah, all right.
So
You didn't know where Dusseldorf was?
It sounded German, but I
It's where
wasn't
they
sure.
always went on leave on Hogan's Heroes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't watch Hogan's Heroes. I'm 37. Also, I thought Dusseldorf may have been a city they made up in Willy Wonka.
It could have been.
Okay, so I don't know if these tools are in all Swiss Army knives or these are just tools that could be in a Swiss Army knife.
Okay.
Screwdriver, scissors, toothpick, corkscrew, or saw, tweezers, bottle opener, can opener, pliers,
Pliers important.
key ring.
See, you're the idiot that just bought that Swiss Army knife with only knives.
That'd be a cool, what you would need if you're in the Army.
No, but like how many
When
blades?
you're in the Army, open up a bottle of wine.
Metal file.
How many blades do you need in one knife, you idiot?
By the way, I ain't touching that nasty-ass toothpick in there.
It's
Jesus
your
Christ.
own toothpick. You're not
I know, but you're
handing
just
it.
shoving it back in there.
You just wipe it off and put it back.
Well, with what, man? Your dirty britches?
Put it under, dip it in mouthwash? I don't know. What do you want from me? No, like,
No, then I need Swiss mouthwash.
wait.
The official mouthwash for Swiss Army.
You sit here and you go,
Yeah.
I have a Swiss Army knife with 5 blades on it, and this one without a knife is stupid. The Swiss Army knife with 5 blades is way more stupid.
Yeah.
What do you need 5 different size blades for?
I use them, though.
No, but you only use one
Yeah,
blade. It's whatever blade comes out is the one that
Well,
you
the big
use.
one. The big one is the easiest one to get to first. Those little ones, man, you got to get your thumbnail in there.
But then to
and
his
they're
point,
hard.
what's the point of having the little ones if
Well,
you're
I
just
like
using the big one?
No, because they also make Swiss Army knives with just a single blade in there. It's like a flip knife. Why
Yeah,
would you
yeah.
not just buy that?
Well, it's not even my knife. It was just my wife had it at the house when I moved in. I go, oh, this is cool. So I threw it in the toolbox. I use it all the time.
You stole her knife and didn't tell
I
her.
steal it. It's in her garage.
Okay. Does she know it's in her garage?
She don't care. She never used it.
You know what's going to happen this week,
Right.
right? She's going to go into a drawer and be like, oh, Tommy, have you seen the Swiss Army knife? You stole my Swiss Army knife?
They have a pen in them too.
Mine doesn't.
Yeah, 'cause
What are
you
you writing?
got the 10-blade knife.
Who's writing a letter out in the woods?
Well, pen isn't a bad thing to have on you.
Every man that's ever been in the service, World War II. How do you think they got? Boy,
Well, those love letters?
yeah, all of them, all of the kinds of letters.
All right.
252 WCMF. The Swiss Army knife, Victorinox, the company that makes them, they are now producing bladeless Swiss Army knives after a rise in Europe in knife crime. Folks aren't allowed to bring blades certain places, so to allow people that still want to carry Swiss Army knives without the knife, they're producing these. And you know what? Now I'm kind of in on this.
We got a whistle, too. I keep finding more and more fun stuff.
Hey, did you ever have a Swiss Army knife?
No, but I remember my brother did. He got one maybe from like my grandpa or something.
I think every kid got one from a grandpa.
Yeah.
That's how it happens.
I always wanted one. I never got one.
But you couldn't afford it.
No, they were more expensive. They're
Yeah, I don't know if he had like
expensive.
a legitimate one.
Are they still expensive?
Probably. But I told you, I bought that knockoff one on Canal Street for my nephew. It was the Swiss Navy knife. They did the same thing. It probably just fell apart quicker.
Does Switzerland have a navy?
I don't think so.
Can
Why would you need a knife on the Navy? Well, I get cleaning fish. Or if you pull in the port of Dusseldorf, you start stabbing midgets. And then I have a pen I could write to my lover at home.
I love how you go.
Dear Dolores, I stabbed a midget today in Dusseldorf.
Just to watch him die.
They
We're laughing at the song, not at a dying small
Their
person.
screaming is very high pitched.
He knew English and had no accent.
Shabby, shabby.
Yeah, the Swiss have a navy.
Okay.
It's got to be a busted ass Navy.
It says the Swiss Navy. Okay, I'm going to read
Don't
you
show
what
up
the
at
description
nothing.
says. The Swiss Navy is famous to those who know about it. It has 29 commercial ships.
That's
The
big
Lake
Navy.
Geneva region gives Switzerland another claim. I don't know what goes on and
That's
on
big
about
Navy,
the
29
Navy.
It's a Lake Navy.
Lake Navy. Your dad was in the Lake Navy.
Yes.
World War
There
II.
you go. They're guarding all the herring.
Can I go back to something you just said, you idiot?
What?
You go, why does the Navy need the Swiss Army knife? Why does the Army need the Swiss Army knife?
Well, because
if you're in battle,
Yeah.
right, and you are down big, heavy machinery, your gun, your bayonet, a dagger,
Yeah.
and you're now fighting hand-to-hand combat with a Swiss Army knife, it's over for you.
No, but like you're opening up your can of victuals.
So that's not
right?
the
Or you're
blade,
cutting
though.
the bread or the cheese.
Okay.
Right?
But again, you would have they give you another knife.
Oh. All right.
Like, what do you think? There's like soldiers that were defending themselves with just a Swiss Army. It would slide out of your hand. You couldn't even stab somebody with it. 252 WCMF 252-9263. So right now there are no specifics on the new bladeless knives.
It's not going to sell.
Or when they'll be available, but they say it's going to act more of a tool where a blade isn't required. Like, for example, they're going to sell a version for cyclists
Oh,
Okay.
so you can fix your bike?
and a version for golfers.
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 Don't
I'm
they already
surprised,
have
like,
a ton
yeah,
of tools for
yeah.
golfers and bikers?
Yeah, but maybe you don't have it all in one spot.
All right.
Revolutionize the industry, buddy.
All right.
This discussion makes me want to. Could you Google how much a Swiss Army knife costs? I'm never going to use
You
it.
want the old ones or the new ones?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, you want the old ones. They're classic. They're not making them anymore, so they'd be more
Oh,
valuable.
no, they're still going to make Swiss Army knives with blades. They're
Oh,
just
they
going
are.
to make up.
I thought they were going to cancel them because they were going away.
No. They're just going to make versions without a knife. You
All
can
right.
still buy a Swiss Army knife with a blade, and we'll
Okay.
still be able to.
That's
so
the one you want.
calm down.
You want the cool one.
I don't need the knife, though.
Yeah, it ranges from like $20 to like $95.
$95 for a Swiss
But this
Army
thing
knife?
has everything.
Can we sell it? She sounds like the water softener
Well,
guy
it's
at the
funny
Lilac
because like they
Festival.
show the picture of like everything taken out of it, and it looks like somebody. I don't know. It
This
looks
knife
like something
does
you
everything.
shouldn't have.
I gave my wife a home hysterectomy.
Where do you even buy a Swiss Army knife now?
This one, the $95 one, is on Amazon.
I bet you Dick sells them.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, sporting goods store. That's a good
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
All right.
Any place that sells like fish and stuff.
Well, I got my plan for the way home today. New Swiss Army knife.
Are you going to go score one?
I don't know. I feel like, I'm not.
I'll
like,
bring mine in too.
No, because we're going to stab each other. We're stupid enough we're going to start like, check it out.
Gotcha. You're gonna stab yourself.
I do feel like, tell me if I'm alone on this,
Right.
because we're not what you would call traditionally manly men.
No, we're not knife guys.
Nope, we don't do anything around the house. We don't do anything outdoors. But I do feel like I should carry a knife on me just for the aesthetic of it.
Like as a tool.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
Because I'll see guys like I'll go to the rink and I'll see like guys that are like blue collar men and women, blue collar workers that have like that knife sticking
That's
out. of their pocket.
that's the holstered buck knife.
Oh no, not that, not Crocodile Dundee. I'm talking like the slide one.
Yeah, but it's like a little holster, right?
No, it's got a little slide in it. It
Well,
like
it's like
clips
a-
onto your pocket.
Are you guys
That's a
describing
No,
the
holster.
it's
same
not a
thing?
holster. It's a clip. Stupid. Holster is like a separate thing you
So
put in.
that's a utility knife. It's a buck knife.
Okay.
So you can hunt, you can do work with, you can cut rope,
Like it
you
just.
can ride,
I feel like I would look tougher if I had that, and no one's gonna ask
you can
questions.
do hysterectomies with it. Roadside.
You don't secretly want to carry a knife with you at all times.
Yeah, but I would constantly think about it. That's why I don't want it.
Wait,
Because I try to
constantly
find
think
ways
about,
to
like,
use
playing
it.
with it.
That's why I would never want a gun, a knife, anything like that, because I know I would find a reason to use it.
Okay. And not a good reason.
No.
All right. It's actually probably a good reason I shouldn't have a knife either.
Yeah, probably.
I'm going to get it anyway.
You can come over and use mine once in a while.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's take a break. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
Oh, we can get lit up with some hate.
That's right. Hate mail of the week. And this man is furious. It's obvious based on the way the letter's written. He tried to send it to our management.
Yeah.
But it ended up in our hands. And this man is upset about a story from a guy from Greece who worked at the post office who was also running, according to police, a drug ring. And what he was allowing an employee to do in his office involving this drug ring. Tommy, you were totally cool with this. In fact, you sounded jealous it wasn't happening here.
Well, I miss the old days sometimes.
The take you had set this man off.
Oh.
And he's very angry and unreasonable. However, he does make in this letter a really good point.
Okay.
And we'll get it to you next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. A debate we had on the show has set someone off, Tommy.
Oh, boy.
How do you even question what you are supposed to do in this situation? It's illegal, and this person is in charge of where you work.
Oh, my God.
And because of that, you're shorting not only yourself, but your coworkers if you don't stand up and say something.
Yeah, I like a little bonus.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And about 2 weeks ago, a man who worked out in Greece pleaded guilty to one hell of a crime.
Yeah.
The 55-year-old man worked as the manager of the post office in Greece. But while he was doing that job, he also had a side hustle.
Yeah.
He was using the post office to deal cocaine. And the charges read, over a period of 4 years, they said he would take packages containing cocaine out of the mail, bring them back to his private office, take the coke out, bring that home, distribute that to different people, and then put the package back in the mail.
Yeah, a little operation.
You got it. Police say he was eventually caught at his home with 700 grams of coke, weapons, ammunition, and other illegal things. But one of the weirder parts of the story...
Yeah.
13 Way reported that on 3 separate occasions, he gave cocaine to a coworker who then did lines on his desk in his office in front of him.
Little pop.
Jessica.
Yeah, little rail.
After we got that detail, we asked in this room, if you found out your boss was doing drugs on the job, would you say something? And your response, Tommy, was?
Would I?
Would you say something? You
No.
caught your boss doing drugs? No, you wouldn't do that. And you actually took it a step further.
Oh, what was that?
You said you would want to do cocaine with them.
If it was
If they
offered,
invited you.
Yeah.
I would not turn it down.
You said you would be upset if it wasn't offered to you, if they were doing
Yeah,
it.
man, you're gonna do it for me. You don't give me a bump.
Which is funny because
Come
like
on,
you're
I want to be your bump buddy.
you're oh wait, you want a bump buddy?
I'd love to be a bump buddy.
I don't have time for this. We have to get to a letter. Bro, like you doing cocaine at your age, your heart would explode immediately.
No, it won't.
Yes, it would, man.
My heart's seen everything, man.
So that led to a debate in the room whether or not
You cool.
saying something about your boss doing drugs would make your life easier or harder on the job. One man heard this conversation, and it sent him over the edge. He could not believe, Tommy, what he was hearing.
Well, I'm here at the station.
He wants it to be known nothing we were saying is acceptable behavior. And as you start to hear this letter, you're going to realize he must have meant to send it to our manager.
Okay.
But as the recipient on the letter, he put 96.5 WCMF, so we got it instead. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
Everyone at WCMF should be ashamed of themselves. And that goes from the people on the air all the way up to the people who run the radio station. I cannot believe that I heard a man say that his boss doing drugs, specifically in this conversation, cocaine is no big deal. On top of that, and I'm writing you in case you didn't hear it, he said he would also do cocaine with his boss if offered. So at least one person on a broadcast radio station that anyone can listen to is encouraging illicit drug use on the job.
You did do
I'm
that.
sure the
I
FCC
didn't
would
say
want to
do
hear
it.
about that.
FCC, buddy.
His comments are not
FCC.
only dangerous, they also
Radio
illustrate
cops.
how stupid the employees you have are. If the man in charge is doing drugs, well, then everyone underneath him is getting shorted. They're being led around by
Shorted.
someone who makes poor decisions and doesn't deserve the position they have. The fact that your DJ said he was excited by that lets me know everything I need to know about your operation. I'll end my letter this way. You have a responsibility to the community to be careful about what you broadcast.
Watch your mouth.
And this is simply unacceptable. Fix it, or I'll make sure someone else does. Sincerely, Carl.
No power, Carl.
Carl's coming in hot, buddy.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Carl's coming in
Fix
hot.
it.
Kimmy's worried about the community.
Yeah.
I heard on your classic rock station, which says they are outlaw radio, we're doing cocaine. I was flabbergasted.
Bro, we haven't been outlaw radio since like 98. Outlaw radio, baby, 98. Carl does bring up the FCC in his letter. I do want to say to Carl, problem might be more with the FCC than with us, because that convo was totally FCC clean. You can't say the F word or a-hole, but you can have a 10-minute conversation where one person in the room argues why doing cocaine with your boss is a good idea. Not our decision. That's a federal
Just
Out
government.
of our
way it
hands.
Take it up with them.
It's just an opinion.
So you don't like Carl?
Oh, I can't stand Carl. Carl is such a lame-ass douche.
Carl doesn't make a single good point in that
No,
letter
of
that he
course
writes.
not.
Okay.
Because, like, his idea of drugs is bad.
Cocaine is not good.
I know. I mean, you You talk about how you've seen people throughout the years go downhill.
I've also seen people that they love us about.
They send it to President of the United States of America.
You don't think we've had presidents that have done coke?
I don't know, man.
FDR had cocaine in his system the night he delivered the famous speech about Pearl Harbor.
What did that sound like?
Oh, if we have to fear, there's a little stay on the side. I say, never fear around. That's why my legs don't work.
It would have been much faster had he was on cocaine. By the way, you just made that up.
No. FDR was on medication that had cocaine in it.
Oh, my God.
And he took Al Capone's car to the White House
What
to
does it
deliver
have to do with cocaine?
He's in a
this story.
It's the greatest gangster story of all time, man. A coked up president riding in the famous gangster's car to deliver the greatest speech America ever had.
Okay, besides...
Thank you, cocaine.
Shut up.
And by the way, it used to be like in sodas.
Yeah.
Before they
There's
changed
a
the
reason they
formula.
changed it.
200 years ago.
Did you ever see how fast those horses used to go?
Look, in this angry rambling, Carl writes in his letter what he thought were managers of our radio station. He does bring up a good point.
What is that?
And I'd like to read you a quote because I know you weren't listening to a thing he
I
said.
was listening.
You were talking through the whole thing.
I hate CMF.
Quote, if the man in charge is doing drugs, well, then everyone underneath them is getting shorted.
How?
They are being led around by somebody. I love how you ask how, and he actually tells you how, and you just weren't listening. He
We're
goes
being
on.
shorted.
He goes on to say, quote, they are being led around by someone who makes poor decisions and doesn't deserve the position they have. He's not right about that?
What's the difference? What if the boss was an alcoholic?
Also would be a problem. If
Why?
he's drinking on the boss. You just argued, what if the boss is an alcoholic? And I go, that would be a problem too. Why? The argument I
There's
just
been
made.
famous alcoholics that have run companies and corporations.
Into the ground?
No.
They won.
Churchill, alcoholic.
Oh, the
Famous.
Churchill Company? The Churchill Company.
He ran the entire nation.
He
said-
was
There's
voted
that famous-
out of office when they were still in the middle of World War II.
Bro, there's that famous picture of Churchill holding onto that champagne bottle, punching Hitler in the mouth.
Okay, look. Whether or not this man is a crazy old man writing us a letter, no matter what job you work, you are in charge of other people. You do have a responsibility to them. And if they work hard for you, you owe them the best job you can do. And being all hopped up on coke or acid or mushrooms or whatever.
But you see, now you're going to everything else.
I would argue that cocaine's the most dangerous of those three things I just named.
No, because you don't hallucinate on cocaine.
That's not true.
You just have more energy.
You had a buddy that did so much coke, he didn't know his TV was taken, and he called the cops on himself. No, that was alcohol.
No, actually, those are two. Those are a combination of two different buddies. The TV guy was cocaine.
252 WCMF. Look, Tommy, this guy in Greece had a federal job. He was working as a manager for people who.
And by the way, the mail was getting delivered. He did it for 4 years. That's a pretty good habit if nobody noticed it and you were getting your mail.
You don't know that.
I guess we don't really know how.
People
we don't
would've
know what
complained.
got lost along the way.
Maybe that's how he got caught.
Could be.
Look,
4 years.
He's working as a manager for people that could have that federal job for 40 years. Personally, I would be furious if my workplace was not the best place to be.
Yeah.
And it turns out for the last 4 years, our boss was doing coke in his office. You wouldn't be furious?
No.
Okay, the AC was not working the other day. Coffee machine's breaking down. And the whole time, our boss is snorting lines behind a locked door. And you'd be like, oh, okay, this is a fun place to work. This
But
is
you
great.
see, you make it like they're a coke fiend that they're doing it 24/7.
Well, I mean, if you're doing it in the middle of the day.
Thank you.
I mean, you couldn't wait till you got home or do it before work.
But
I
you
mean-
just- but
I
they
mean,
say,
even Kimmy's giving you the grace of do
I
your
know.
cocaine
I know.
before you get to the
I mean-
office, which is also bad.
It is. But I'm saying it's even worse knowing, it was at work as well.
Look, man, you cannot tell me, no matter what argument you want to make for cocaine, which again is a weird argument to make
because
here.
we ran the 1970s all jacked up on drugs and everything was fine. Classic rock. These radio stations ran on
Everything
cocaine. They
was-
traded cocaine.
Did you say everything was fine in the 1970s?
It sure as hell was, except for the gas lines.
Okay.
And by the way, you needed some coke to stay up for the gas line.
You cannot sit here and tell me honestly that if you do coke and do it around your workplace for 4 years, you can still be an effective manager of people.
What about the guys who used to go out for the 3 martini lunch?
Okay, those guys weren't good bosses either. Your dad was a good boss?
Hey, that's when America was great.
Again,
We were the envy of the world, Patrick.
Your
We're the leaders
words.
of industry,
your words,
commerce,
your dad and his coworkers
the Dow Jones.
would put his secretaries in hula hoop contests and then gamble on how much they weighed at the end of the week.
Yes. Yeah. That was only Friday afternoons.
Okay. 252 WCMF.
Doesn't that sound like fun?
9263. By the way, no. Forget being under the influence of cocaine. In this specific case, this guy from Greece who was running the post office, he's running a whole side business while on the job. Like, that's distraction enough, and then you throw cocaine in there. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Story out in Greece, that man who was managing a post office out in Greece while running what police say was essentially a drug ring through the mail. He pleaded guilty, and as part of the accusations that came out, it turns out there was an employee doing cocaine, according to police, in his office 3 separate times. Tommy said he would have no problem with his boss doing cocaine. In fact, would be upset if he wasn't invited. Carl writes us a letter, very upset with Tommy, says there's no way to be an effective manager and run people if you are under the influence, which he's right about.
Anti-coke Carl. I don't want to do any blow. Stop it, you're going to ruin the company. Because I'm a non-blowing dude, little Carl named Bitch.
I wonder, because, you know, if your boss was doing cocaine and you figured out that he was offering it to your coworkers, but he didn't offer it to you, even though you didn't want it or want to know about it or do it in the first place, I would be more pissed. I'd be less pissed about the cocaine and more pissed at, like, hey, you don't trust me?
That's a great question.
Why didn't I get invited?
What would bother you more? That you found out that the boss was doing cocaine, or that Kimmy was invited and you weren't?
I'd be pissed.
So the second one would bother you more?
Producer of the Narc Room gets invited in, but I don't.
Narc Room? Yeah, like I would be more upset that like I was left out.
No, but it is funny, Tommy, to think that you think you're cool enough to get invited to do cocaine with the boss.
Look at the way you're dressed.
What?
That outfit does not scream, I do drugs.
No, it kind of does, but not that kind of drug. Look, man, the last conversation we had, it wasn't even a question in your mind. If the boss would think, hey, man, he's cool, I should do coke with him, what are you bringing to the table?
Why would I question anything if I'm invited?
No, but let's put it this way. Like in this environment we're working in now, you don't talk to anyone at work. You're abrasive. You're a full decade older than the oldest manager we have. Fair? You run your mouth, not hopped up on coke, so I can't imagine how annoying you would be all coked up. You might be the last person who gets a cocaine invite in our office.
Yeah, but I'm the one guy that appreciates the cocaine.
Okay.
Your generation doesn't appreciate drugs.
I've never done it. I'm too scared.
I understand. But you don't appreciate them.
I don't appreciate
It's like the finer things in life, like champagne and oysters and cocaine.
You sound like you're writing a disco song.
Well, there probably is one.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Austin. Hey, Austin, how are you, buddy?
What up, Duffy? Tommy, I'm with you 100% of the way. This Carl guy is a bitch-ass bitch.
Austin, you would do cocaine with your boss?
Honestly, probably not, because I'm trying to find a new job at the moment. But if I was, like, settled in at my job, comfortable, most likely, yes.
If I was single, especially.
Have you done cocaine before, or would this be a first-time experience for you?
It'd be a first-time experience.
I
You're
don't
going to
know.
do cocaine for the first time in your boss's office, you psycho?
The only drug I've really done has been edibles, like marijuana edibles, and that's kind of wild for me, honestly. Like, it's not something I do often, but for this guy to complain about a radio station that's known for, like, being against, like, the system, he's kind of a bitch.
I love how we're known for being against the system, man.
We fight the system.
Yeah, that's right. Guy in Pittsburgh living in his wife's house, keeping an eye on the teenagers in the middle of the day walking down the street. What are they doing down there? Probably part of the system. That's what it is. I'm not radio, baby. Austin, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I've heard some really bad takes on this show.
Yeah.
But the worst take I've ever heard was, I've never done coke before, but I'll do it for the first
Since
time.
you offered.
In my boss's office,
Well,
kidding?
if it's free, try a little piece. If that's what you want to do.
You would be worried this is a setup.
Go ahead, do it.
This is a test.
Do it.
What?
Go ahead. I want you to do cocaine. Gotcha, bitch. Do not listen to anything Tommy said. It's all terrible advice.
All right.
Let's talk about the kids.
Okay. There's the kids.
Well, big old surprise for a bunch of kids in school districts across the greater Rochester area this week.
Well, school's wrapping up.
Well, that's just it. It's actually going to wrap up sooner for most of these kids. It's nice for the kids, not so much for the parents.
Yeah.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Back in our day, snow would sometimes shut down your school. The beloved snow day, Tommy.
Sure.
Something kids in our area have not seen in a long time.
Yeah.
Well, they say when God closes a door, he opens up a window. And as great as this is for your kid, it's going to cause some issues for parents. Not only work-related, but how much you can trust your kid related.
Ooh, big test.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. You can hear our sultry, sexy voices every day. But do you want to see our sultry, sexy faces? If the answer is yes, boy, do I have news for you.
What you got?
You can log on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. Our live stream is up. We are rolling. Tommy looks great today. Great use of light blue, khaki, and brown.
Well, it's kind of a spring look.
Matches your season, yeah.
Yeah.
The Break Group, WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. Live stream, check us out. All of that brought to you by Three Heads Brewing. Look for Jazzy L. They're the official beer of Rochester International Jazz Fest in stores or throughout the festival. And, Tommy, the best place.
Yeah, where would I really enjoy one at that festival?
To enjoy a Three Heads Jazzy Ale would be on Jazz Street. It was a light winter again.
Oh, yeah.
This year as far as snow goes.
Yeah.
And because of that, local school districts now have to adjust their calendars for the rest of the year. You see, Tommy, school districts need to have 180 days of kids in school every year.
Yeah.
And to make sure that happens, they will add a few extra days to the schedule in case snow shuts them down. When it doesn't, they have to shed those days. And that's what districts are in the process of doing right now.
Oh, man, this is sweet.
For example, story on News 8 says Greece moved its last day of school for pre-K to 8th graders up 4 whole days.
So they get to walk almost a week early?
Yep, 4 whole days.
Oh, man.
Gates Chili is adding May 23rd to the Memorial Day break, which will give the kids a 5-day weekend. And most of, if not all, local school districts will be doing something like this. So if you haven't heard about your kids' district plans and you got kids, maybe you should go take a peek.
Okay.
So this creates 2 problems, Tommy. One obvious, one not so.
So what's the problems?
Well, the obvious one is what the hell do you do now that your kid has these extra days
Oh.
off?
Well, if they're old enough, they could probably fend for themselves.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone that has a kindergartner through like 6th grader.
And then you got to call the grandparents.
Well, if grandparents are alive or around.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, like, look, if I'm a grandparent based on that story coming out of Palmyra, keep your kid away from me.
Yeah, I'm hiding.
I mean, you're getting a heads up, but a month is going to go faster than you think. And even if you find somewhere for them to go, Kimmy, it could cost you money.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the snow day as a parent is sometimes nice because you can call your employer and go, look, there's nothing I can do. I got the word this morning. It's an emergency. If I got a month to plan, now I have the responsibility of finding somewhere for my kid to go.
Could you corral, like do like a neighborhood thing, like one parent host the kids or something?
What parent would not want to volunteer
That's called
for
being
that?
a babysitter.
No, but you also got a kid that you got to deal with.
Okay, so you would have to hope that there is a stay-at-home parent in the neighborhood.
I'm just thinking of options outside, like you said, like relatives or daycare that you can't afford.
Thank you for helping. I'm sure that nobody's thought of that idea that has kids looking for.
I don't know.
I can't.
What you do with these damn kids?
Well, I wouldn't feel comfortable calling up like my kids' friends' parents and being like, "Hey, listen, you don't have a job."
Yeah, your old lady ain't working.
I do feel like though that wasn't uncommon though when we were kids.
Well, there were more stay-at-home moms back in the day.
Right, but like to ask like a neighbor, especially like with kids you grew up with, to hey, can so and so stay at your house until I got to work to pick them up? Like,
okay. Off the bus is one thing.
Yeah.
All day, you got to feed them twice, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I don't feel like doing
Well, you got
that
to pay, right?
But that's insulting. You got to offer to pay your neighbor? We live in the same neighborhood.
Yeah, but I'm watching your kid. I got to feed him and everything else.
So what do
you got to pony up?
You walk over, you knock on the door, you ask him, and then as you're doing it, you start peeling 20s off a big old roll.
You'd have to also be prepared to return the favor. If they need some help with their kids.
I don't want to do that.
No, nobody does. Okay. You are. Yeah, I guess you are getting a shaft.
But the bigger issue as a parent is not what to do with your kid, because you may be able to figure that out with 4 weeks to go. The bigger issue, do you trust your kid, to be honest, about what extra days the school gave them off?
Well, you would know that, right? You just go online?
Maybe. I mean, you can go look it up, but that could be hard to find. Sometimes school district websites are difficult to navigate. There may be an email
Which is kind of stupid. You're supposed to be good at communicating, kind of your job.
Oh, really?
Do your job.
Wait a minute. Did you say...
If you get paid to communicate, learn to do some communications.
Okay.
Learn you some talk.
Can you go to your kid, look them in the face, and ask, what extra days did they give you off at the end of the year? And they're going to be on. Well, no, some kids will be honest.
Most kids are built-in liars.
Kimmy, are most kids honest or are most kids lying to get an extra day
I would
off?
think right now, like it's pretty easy for your parent. Your parent has more connections to the school now. I would just think like it's harder for that kid to lie about it before your parent's going to find out.
But you're going into lion season for kids. Summer is lion season. What were you up to? Where are you going? Who's that kid? Where are you going with that?
Kimmy, you are right. It is easier to get answers, but it's
Yeah.
also time-consuming, and parents are busier than they've
Right.
ever
Yeah,
been.
but I
right?
guess if you had any questions at all, like, hey, that doesn't sound right,
You
a
can't
simple
trust a kid.
email is going to solve that problem.
All right, let me give you an example.
Yeah.
This wasn't even a lie. This is just my oldest not knowing what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
I told you she had a dance concert last night,
Yeah.
right? Performance for this class that she takes. So she tells me on Sunday she got to be there at 7. It starts at 7. So I go, great. She then comes home Monday and goes, I actually got to be there at 6. It starts at 7. I
Yeah.
got to be there at 6. I go, okay, fine. She gets off the bus last night. It's 5:15. She goes, why aren't we leaving? And I go, well, it starts at 6. I got to be there at 5:30. I go, no, you told me 6. No, I told you 5:30. She sent me a text with 6.
Yeah. I know.
And that's something she wasn't actually lying about.
Right.
And Kimmy, like, being so busy, I
Yeah.
often rely
Yeah.
most of the time on my kids. I'll ask
Yeah.
them, what's going on?
Okay.
And I'll just take them at their word. But, like, when it comes to the extra days they have off, I know my 11-year-old wouldn't lie to me. I can't be sure
Yeah.
if my 13-year-old didn't have her little sister going to the same school, she
Yeah.
wouldn't try and get an extra day
Sure.
off, right? I mean, would you have lied to your parents in a situation like this at 15, Kimmy?
Well, no, because the second you don't show up to school, calls your parents.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
know,
but
I
that's a
was-
future you problem.
Right. I just think I knew it was short-lived as a kid.
Would you have been honest with your...
King lie.
Okay.
To get out of school, like I'd be so happy to get away from those dick teachers of mine in that miserable school. It would be like a $1 million gift to me.
I also wouldn't have anywhere to go because, like, my dad worked weird hours, so he was home a lot of the time.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have been really tough to get away with it and not be nervous about it the entire time.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. School districts across the greater Rochester area, there were no snow days for most school districts this year, so they have extra days they have to shed, and in doing that, they're either ending school a couple days early. Gates Chili, for example, is adding an extra day onto the Memorial Day weekend, 5-day weekend now, and if
Look at that, man.
if you were to go to your kid and say, hey, what days off do you have now? Would you trust them completely? And I know there are parents listening thinking, my kids get good grades, and they're not a problem, and they would not lie to you. Something I want you to consider. It's the end of the year.
Oh, yeah.
If those kids have good grades, what more is there to do?
Right.
Right? Your high school kid is done with school now, and there are still 4 weeks to go. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Kimmy, it's not even
coast time.
It's not even senioritis, right? Like if those sophomores, juniors, if they know they're going to pass all their classes,
Yeah.
What's the point?
Don't you have to take the test still?
you do.
But you know you're going to nail it.
it's one day. Yeah, I
Right.
mean it's
Yeah.
one day.
You got
Yeah.
it.
Right? Like you think if you present them with a way to get out of a couple of days that they don't even think they need, they're going to go ahead and pass that up. I think you're wrong. Don't trust your kid. Do your job.
Yes.
But is a kid less likely to make that move at that point in the year just because they know summer's coming anyways?
Well, see, that's the other part that sucks about this is the days on the end of the
You're
calendar.
not doing anything anyways
Yeah.
most of
You're
the time,
checked
right?
out.
Yeah.
When's that senior like skip day and all that crap?
So that's not what she's saying, by the way. You didn't
No.
listen to what she's saying.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
No,
as a
when is
kid,
that,
like,
though?
I'm
Isn't that
thinking,
coming
like,
up too, though?
that those were always the more fun days of school because, yeah, like, there wasn't any curriculum left. It was mostly like review, and at that point, you're just like, your teachers are just ready to get rid of you.
So to answer your question, Tommy, there is no like international senior skip day.
Well, I know, but it's like
It is
it's
around-
this time of the year,
Yeah,
though.
but that's if the school decides to do it, because the only way that like seniors mostly get away with stuff like this is if all of them are in unison, because you can't punish everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's always like those 5 kids that are like, like perfect attendance kids.
Yeah.
So, I don't want to miss a day. And then everybody gets in trouble because of them. God, I hated those kids.
Everybody hates those kids.
And you can't even, like Kimmy's point, you can't even really skip anymore because if your kid doesn't show up to school, they're calling you.
Yeah, that
They're
sucks.
trying every way they can to get a hold of you.
So if there is a senior skip day, your parents would have to be in on it, which I know there are parents that would be like, yeah, fine, we did it. You can do
Yeah.
it.
Man, not going to school and getting away with that was so much fun. It was just awesome.
What did you do?
Beach, drink, do
I
pot.
forgot you have a beach.
Do pot.
Do pot.
Yeah.
That's how you know it was cool.
I
He
feel
was
like you
doing-
didn't do pot.
He was doing the pot.
So
I
had
feel
a
like you were
bu-
lame.
So I had a buddy that had a car,
Okay.
which was also cool.
Yeah.
And so he would pick me up, and then we'd go pick up 2 other guys, and we'd just go party.
Man, sounds like a fantasy for you, buddy.
Yeah.
3 other dudes in a car.
Take your shirts off, drink some beer, Miller High Life.
Ooh,
champagne and beer.
beer, sorry.
Oh, my God, that was fun. Yeah, we'd smoke pot and hang out. And I'd come home earlier than my father, and my mother wasn't around. She'd be shopping or something.
Now, let me ask you a question. When it comes to the legitimate days off, either the snow day or these now days off the kids are getting in nicer weather, what's better, the surprise day off or the free days off at nice weather, in nice weather at the end of the year?
Oh, the surprise nice weather end of the year. Because now you're geared up. What are you going to do in the dead of winter if you don't have any plans? You're not going on vacation. You're just sitting around.
Kimmy, thoughts?
What you're saying, that would be better to have it?
What's better, the snow day or the extra days off at the end of the year?
I always love the snow day because it was spontaneous. It was something that you looked forward to so much, and you woke up. So I was up anyways. So I'm like, if you got that last minute surprise, it was the best.
It's like
but you're a teenager.
And every other kid was off, so you just run around the neighborhood.
No, I'm talking like you're a teenager.
Yeah.
Though. You're a senior in high school.
It's still exciting to get
You want that summer
random
fun
day
starting
off.
early because you're just starting your summer.
Yeah.
Everything's changing. You're going to college. You're getting a job.
You never experienced the excitement of a snow day.
No, I have not.
She's right. She's
Only
right.
at work.
I feel bad for you.
Yeah.
Because she's the magic of snow days. They come out of nowhere. It can be in the middle of the week.
Yeah.
And there's something about a middle of the week, Kimmy, surprise day off with absolutely no obligation that brings you a special kind of
if you have a
peace.
girlfriend, I guess. If
No. What?
I mean, if you're 15, 16 years old, you get a snow day.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You get a free day off
You mean,
school.
what do I do? You know exactly what I was doing.
Right,
all
but
day.
or you have a girlfriend.
The best too was
I'm going to have to take a chafe day the next day.
sitting there
Don't
waiting.
deny it, boys. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kimmy.
Do girls
there.
get chafe days?
Oh, for God's sakes, man. Always too far.
I know.
Always.
Poor things.
You were saying, Kimmy?
Sitting there waiting for your school to scroll.
It was like watching the NFL draft.
And you always knew, because going to Hilton, you always knew, the second Grease declared, we were just, a couple minutes away.
The best.
The second one West Side School fell, the rest were all coming with it.
And she's right. It's like watching armies move across Europe.
Yeah.
Like Aquinas was great because as soon as the first big district went down,
you
They
were
were out.
automatic.
yeah, because they all supply buses
Yeah.
to AQ.
Yeah.
So we got my buddies. Gates never closed. My buddies would get maybe one snow day every 3 years.
Oh,
I would
really?
have 3 or 4 a year. It was magical, magical.
Wow.
But look, man, Kimmy makes a great point.
Yeah.
If the days off at the end of the year, you have a whole summer coming.
Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
appreciate them. That snow day is always better
Okay.
than the free days off at the end of the year.
All right.
And you know
Got
what?
out of doing homework for a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't doing homework anyway. That wasn't a problem.
You got Springer, you got Maury, Price is Right. Come on, buddy. Come on. Yesterday around this time, we told you about a man out in Ogden who stole some plants.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, the hanging plant keeper.
They called him, what it was, a petunia.
Oh, I didn't see this. Wait.
Doesn't matter. That man has been placed under arrest.
Oh, they found him.
They got him.
Got him.
They got him.
The petunia banded.
That's not, they can't be it. But what the police department in Ogden did
Yeah.
is either the funniest thing ever if they did it on purpose or the most tone-deaf thing ever if they didn't do it on purpose to be funny.
Okay.
Because a photo showed up showing the work that they did to catch this man.
Oh.
And we'll tell you all about it next here at the Break Room on CMF. Update on a story we told you yesterday.
What happened?
And it's a strike one for the good guys.
Oh.
However, if this police department did this to be funny, it's hilarious. If they did it not to be funny, what are you doing?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock this morning. You know, Kimmy was gone most of last week.
Yeah.
Monday. And you were at a couple airports.
Yep.
You witnessed men reacting in a certain way to something they discovered when they walked in the men's room.
Yes.
And
they made it very known what was going on.
And here's the thing. As crazy as this sounds, both you and I have had an experience with a man doing this.
It was funny. When I told you guys the story, there was no shock at all.
Yeah.
Compared to the way I saw other men reacting to it.
Is this something every guy has seen at some point in their life?
I'm guessing if you've lived long enough, you're gonna see it.
Really? In
I think
public?
so. I think so.
All right, we'll get into it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So yesterday we told you about a flower thief out in Ogden. There is surveillance video. It was early morning on Saturday, I believe. A parking lot of what looked like a hardware store or something like that.
Yeah.
They had hanging basket plants out in front.
Yeah.
And in the video you see a man. He drives up. He gets out of the car. He, according to police, stole $500 in hanging flower baskets and then took off into the night.
Yeah.
Right? And the police put out the surveillance video and they were asking the public for any help to try and catch this man. Well, guess what?
What?
Good news this morning. They got the bastard.
They got him?
They got him.
I say hanging's too good for him.
Could we not encourage capital punishment for a guy that stole $500? I got you. So we don't have any details about him. Not that it matters. But this story comes with one of the funniest pictures we've ever seen.
Oh, really?
Well, you know, Tommy, when someone's arrested with a bunch of like drugs and guns
Oh,
and
yeah,
ammo,
yeah.
they take a certain type of picture.
Oh, the display picture.
Yes, they take all the guns and the drugs and they lay them out on a table in a way to make it look like as much as possible. And then you'll see like police officers standing around the table and like, this is what we were able to pull off.
This is what we got.
They want you to see how big this operation really was.
I mean, there's some pride to it.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, this is what we accomplished.
Yeah.
And this is what we got off the streets. This is what we are doing for you. With the story yesterday that they found this man.
Yeah.
The Ogden Police Department said they recovered some of the flowers too. And they took a picture of like 10 basket flowers lined up in front of one of their patrol cars at like an artsy angle from up. Okay.
The flowers are okay, everybody.
All right.
If the Ogden Police Department did this, knowing it was funny, this is one of the funniest things I've ever seen a police department do. However, if they did this not making
Just
a
to
joke,
show off.
that's one of the saddest police department pictures ever. Guys, please tell me you were joking on purpose.
Yes.
That you're not taking that much pride.
The flower bust.
You found 10 hanging flower back. Because you didn't even get them all back.
No, you only got half.
Exactly.
Oh, true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, granted, the guy could have flipped him or did whatever he did with them before he got there.
That's
but
quick turnaround.
Yeah. If this wasn't a joke and you didn't get them all back, you shouldn't have taken the picture and put them on display.
True.
I will say this.
What's that?
The way that they are positioned makes them look like a hell of a lot of flowers.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
sure.
so or was it Tommy made the point yesterday? He didn't understand how they fit them all in one car.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Kimmy, the way they lay them out, and these were only a partial recovery, they were as long as the SUV of the Ogden Police Department. So maybe Tommy's take was right.
Yeah.
Very hard to get them in there without damaging the plants, which would hurt your profit.
And it looks like these plants were damaged. I am dying to know, because it says, again, they only recovered some of the plants. How the hell did he flip these plants so quick?
fast? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Maybe he already had a buyer in mind.
Unless can you?
Hey, man, I got a hot connection on some hanging plants. Just give me the word and I'll go.
Yeah.
I'm
going to pull the trigger on this caper.
Why couldn't he unload all of them?
Well, maybe that's,
Did he give them to somebody to sell? Like maybe they didn't sell them yet.
Wait, there's an in-between guy now? You're really cutting down my profit margin here.
The hanging plant profit
I'm
margin.
only working with $500 worth of plants.
Yeah, this whole story is so bizarre.
Unless he got busted at like a roadside stand selling them for Mother's Day, and he'd already sold some when the cops rolled up on him to figure out what they had here.
Possible, yeah.
Because that one woman said this is the time of the year people sell flowers on the side for Mom.
You're right, but like what? Did the cops roll up on him and be like, where were you? Were you in Ogden the other
Well,
night?
the guy didn't have a vendor's license like that. They got suspicious, and then they started. They pulled the plants aside, interviewed them.
Well, they do say when you talk to your plants, they grow faster.
Yeah. Weren't they air tagged or something or something?
Well, no, you idiot. Okay,
Was that a different story?
There goes Tommy's listening comprehension. These plants, as far as we know, that were stolen from the store in Ogden, were not air tagged. The woman that called up and said that her brother.
Yes.
Again, you're taking her story at her word. Her brother, who had his plants stolen, put a tracking device in them so he knew when they were sold where they went.
Yeah.
Two separate stories.
Okay.
One story
I'm
here,
sorry.
One story here. Two separate stories. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, the Ogden Police Department have caught the bastard who stole $500, according to police, worth of hanging plants from a business overnight in Ogden. They say they recovered some of the plants, and to show they did, they lined the plants up in a line in front of one of their Ogden Police SUVs in an artsy angle, took a picture of the flowers like it was a cocaine bust. And look, now I feel bad.
Right.
Well, because if it was a joke, great job.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Yeah.
And now I feel like maybe there's a new cop who was put in charge of taking the picture, and they're like, okay, this is how we're going to show, and now we're making fun of that man or woman.
But you said it's even at an arty angle. It almost looks like an ad.
Yeah, kind of does. But, I mean, it is. Here's the thing. When you take a picture of the cocaine and drug or cocaine and gun and all that stuff, it is an ad for the police department.
Oh, it is, and it has to have a good angle, too. You're right.
Right?
Yeah.
Did they pose with the flowers?
No,
Just
they were
the
not
flowers.
posing with the flowers.
Okay.
It was just there were so many flowers, maybe you wouldn't have been able to pose with the flowers and get the officers in the shot at the same time, especially if the officer was my dad. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
I mean, this isn't something you'd want to see.
Okay.
And I get the alarm immediately if you didn't expect this coming, both literally and figuratively.
Oh.
However, what's strange about this story is, as weird as it is, what Kimmy witnessed in an airport.
Yeah.
Both you and I, in the past, have had experience with this directly, in public. And maybe, just maybe, if all the men Kimmy saw this that say they saw it, and you and I have seen this, has every man had a personal experience with this in their past?
Wow.
We're going to tell you what Kimmy witnessed. Don't go anywhere. We'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is not something you'd want to see.
Okay.
And it definitely would be shocking anywhere you witnessed it, especially this place. But the reaction that Kimmy saw from the men that walked into this, I don't know if it's appropriate.
Yeah.
I mean, off-putting, this would be off-putting, absolutely.
Yeah, but I wouldn't leave.
Wait, that's weird that you wouldn't leave. I don't want
I'm here for a reason.
I will say not everybody left.
I'm here for a reason.
Out.
And I need to do something here. Quickly.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Speaking of WCMF, you can go to WCMF.com right now.
What am I going to get?
You can check out the contest page. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Judas Priest.
Ooh, it's a big show.
Breaking the law at the Empower Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse on May 22nd, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com just after 9:30-ish. Tommy.
Yeah, what's going on?
A store that's closing forever.
Oh.
That if you were a poor kid that wanted to look cool, it was the first place you went to every time you went to the mall.
This is you.
Oh, yeah. And Kimmy, too. I know that Kimmy bought a
you
bunch
weren't
of
even
stuff.
poor.
No,
Like, Pat was poor.
You weren't poor.
Yeah,
but you
I know.
were-
No,
you
I
were
just
poor
I
person.
had a cheap dad. I don't know
Right.
what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, this was Home of Cheap Dads, too.
Okay.
We'll tell you which store is gone forever for you teenage kids just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So Kimmy was gone last week, came back Tuesday.
Yeah.
Flying all around the country.
Yep.
And you said while en route home?
No, this was on the way there.
Oh, kicking off the trip.
Yep, kicking off the trip.
You witnessed something.
Yeah. So we had a layover in Chicago. So we get off the plane, and the first thing you want to do is just gather your belongings, go check on your next flight, blah, blah, blah. So my mom went to go check on something, so I was in charge of standing by our luggage, and I just happened to be standing a little bit outside of the men's room area. So I'm standing there, and I'm noticing that I would say for every 5 guys that walked into the bathroom, 4 of them immediately turned around and would walk out of the bathroom. I'm like, there's no way they even went. They just walked in and walked out. Okay. It wasn't until, I don't know, a couple minutes of standing there, I saw a guy go in, run out to his girlfriend or wife that was standing near me, say, we have to go find another bathroom. There's a guy J-O-ing in there.
A little Spluigi.
Oh, it was next to the Sbarro?
Well, yeah, big Italian population in Chicago.
Gotcha.
So I quickly figured out why men were just turning around and going to find a different place to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
And I'm assuming this person may have been doing it out in the open for them to realize it that quickly.
Like in the middle of the bathroom.
I mean, like I said, they would literally walk down the little hallway there, turn around, and come right back out.
Okay. All right. You said 4 for every 5 guys.
I would say for every that 5th guy would actually go in and spend some time to go to the bathroom.
Okay, so
look and they can look past it, I guess.
Talking about this specific incident that Kimmy was around there. In the defense of this man, one, we don't know how long his layover was.
Yeah.
And for most of the men to react the way they did, you're right. He must have been putting on a little show in the airport bathroom.
For them to immediately realize what was going on here.
So here's what's weird about this story in particular.
What's that?
It sounds bizarre, right? Like this is something you would not see anywhere. Yet, when Kimmy told us this story off the air yesterday, both you and I have personally witnessed this exact incident.
Yeah, I was expecting some shock on your part. I was like, isn't that crazy, guys?
It is crazy.
The first thing you did was tell your own personal story.
Well, because when you saw it
on the thruway. I was going to see my brother, stopped off, went to use the Whizzer, walk in there. There's a guy 2 urinals down rubbing it out.
Okay.
Directly into the urinal.
Okay.
And other guy was disgusted and was storming out of there. I had to go.
You stayed there while he was
Bro,
doing
I got to go. What am I going to do? I'm at the thruway. We're going to go another 15, 20 miles to go to the bathroom.
I cannot believe. What time of day was this?
It was broad daylight. I was going to Cape Cod.
Okay.
I can tell you, I just left the show. Jumped in my car. I'm going to Cape Cod. So it was probably noon. He said this guy had a noon boner. Because it's an 8-hour ride to the Cape.
Okay. I cannot believe you didn't leave that bathroom.
Why?
Well, because I'm going to tell you what I did.
I got to go.
No, I
Couldn't
did.
you just go I don't know, around the corner outside somewhere?
Then I'm busted.
So to that point, 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm traveling. I'm crossing over from.
Bro, you're in creepy time.
I'm crossing over from New York into Pennsylvania. I'm on the road doing comedy. It's me and one other car in the parking lot of the rest area.
Yeah.
I go in to use the bathroom, and what Kimmy described is exactly what I saw. Dude by himself, facing where you walk in, just like it owed him money.
I think I opened for that guy.
Oh, here's got a show coming up, actually. So
All
I
right.
froze, and we made eye contact with each other, and he didn't stop. And I was like, and I really had to go, but I ran out of the bathroom. I'm like, what do I do? I still had to pee, so I started peeing on my car, and like on the side of my car.
Yeah.
And as I'm in the middle of it, I see like the doors start to open, like inside. This dude's coming out, and
boy, is he coming out. I'm coming out.
I thought he was going to murder me, but I'm already mid pee, so there's nothing I
By
can
the way,
do.
he just JO'd. That's the safest time to approach another man after he just got done.
He didn't stop.
He's not a threat to anybody.
Bro, you know what he did?
What?
He walks out to his car, and I'm panicked, and I'm still peeing. I have it in my hand, right? Like, this is weird. He looks at me. He, like, waves at me. He goes, hey, gets in his car and drives away.
Yeah, he's fine. He's
No,
friendly.
like, why would you?
He's
you
a
don't
friendly
have to-
sort.
What are you doing, man?
Like just confirming that you shared a moment together.
So the weirdest thing in my situation was I didn't look at him, obviously. I was at the urinal. He's 2 urinals down. I could hear him the whole time.
oh.
I mean,
And, it's the first time I ever listened to one. I've only been a part of one.
Are you talking about a crank on tape?
Yes. It was very odd.
is that the
Boys
only?
gone wild,
Is that the only time you ever
Yeah.
encountered that?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what it sounds like? It's like when you send a flank steak up a flagpole on a windy day.
But I don't get why not use a stall.
I'm going to debate the guy?
Excuse me. Pardon me, sir.
Well, he may have had to take a tinkle, and then he did that, and he's done.
Okay.
And by the way, right there, pretty clean.
All right, here's my question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With Kimmy having seen what these guys witnessed, so you were near this happening.
Yeah.
With your experience,
Yeah.
Tommy, and my experience, 100% of the break room has been witness to this weird public JO experience. Has every man seen this at some point in their lives?
I kinda
252-WCMF?
I would think, yeah.
I mean, we had unique jobs, which is why I thought we saw it.
Right.
But Kimmy was just in a regular-ass airport.
Yeah. What I would have thought that's the riskiest place to do it because
Yes,
I mean
it is.
there's security at every turn.
And
Right.
you can argue that's a dirty bomb.
Oh, yeah, the
Right.
dirtiest.
I would imagine that would ruin your trip if you get escorted out of the airport.
But you shut down O'Hare.
With some of your O'Hare.
Yeah.
Tommy, was the reaction of these men that Kimmy witnessed when they walked into a bathroom at the airport in Chicago and saw a dude cranking it out? Is that an overreaction by them?
I think so. I mean, the guy's just. If he's like if you can't get around him, like he's like in the entryway doing
Well, like
that.
he's playing like so defense
Right,
in there,
yeah.
a Bayheim crank.
Okay, yeah. But if he's like, and then just stop doing that. If he's in a designated area that's like a
What's
safe
a
spray
designated
zone.
area?
A safe spray zone.
Wait, like it's a Gallagher show? Like they're
Yeah.
handing you plastic when you're walking in?
Yeah. Like I'm not gonna get in contact with anything. I'm fine.
Okay, Look, I don't think you should run out and panic like these guys did.
He's completely safe.
However, it is alarming to me that you're this laid back around a guy who's openly playing with himself.
Yeah.
But if he goes to completion, he's got no energy to do anything.
Well, it's not
He
so
wants
much.
a nap and a sandwich.
It's
By the way,
not
that
so,
sandwich is going to cost him $18.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not so much thinking that something's going to happen to you, just the whole that's happening like right next to where
I know.
I just don't know
It's
how you go
weird.
about like doing your thing when there's like all this huge distraction in the room.
But
Weird,
yeah,
weird is the understatement of the century,
Yeah.
man. No, weird is like wearing a tank top in a winter's day. This is, I mean, it's a crime.
it's a crime, but like my generation of guys, we were naked in school. I used to go to like porn places and go into those booths and put a quarter in the machine and do your
So you're
business.
more like
So like that was a
doing your
place.
business in public isn't weird to you, is what you're saying.
I was pumping quarters in this thing to watch dirty pictures for 10 minutes, and then buy some dirty magazine. I don't know. I guess I was a little bit more comfortable with it
but
because I have semi-publicly done this.
I can't even look at you right now.
Why?
But looking at Kimmy's making me more uncomfortable. I don't know
Why?
where to look now. I looked at you and it would.
No, there were like porn booths guys
I
are
yeah, I
going
understand
to.
like time and place though,
Yeah, like that's not unexpected. As weird as that is, that was.
I mean,
a thing.
there was adult movie theaters where guys would sit there and watch. I mean, like a legitimate movie theater where guys would sit there and sit by themselves in a movie theater and do that.
Did you do that?
Oh, sure. No, they were.
Why did
I don't know
we
why
didn't.
you-
Hold on. Judgy Magoo over here.
so
Well,
wait,
that's what you
now-
were doing.
wait, so
you
you're
were
saying-
magooing over there inside that adult movie
But you
theater.
just said you've only encountered the public jail once, but you must have encountered it many times.
You didn't see it. Like,
Okay.
okay,
But you
so
knew it was
when
going on in the same place.
So, right, but like in those old school theaters like that, right, that they turn into dirty movie theaters.
They turned it into.
Well, whoever they did.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, to be fair, you were the one making it dirty. They were just showing a movie.
no, they're showing X-rated movies.
Yeah, but they weren't like, come on in.
But that's what the guys were doing.
I
in there.
understand, but like, don't sit here and be like, you were innocent in this
Bro,
situation.
they had tissue boxes. and stuff.
No, they do. You're lying.
Yes.
You lie.
Of course they had tissue boxes. You're not going to put it all over the floor.
No, yeah,
in the
I know
seat.
how guys are. Hey, we got to be a little, we got to be kind to the next group of gentlemen coming through here.
Hey, you know, we were respectful when we did these things.
I also find it strange, and I understand if you have to push through it because you got to go and you don't have any other options.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about going to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Just go trying to ignore it.
Right.
But in an airport, there's like a bathroom every 20 feet,
no.
especially at this one.
You're
Like you
saying
can look down the
20.
way and see the next bathroom. You can
Hey, if
find
you gotta
another
go,
one.
if you gotta go 20 feet, might as well be 20 miles.
Okay.
Like if you're right there, I can't
don't
hold
know.
it anymore.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. On her trip out to California, in the airport, Kimmy was watching guys go to the bathroom, which is a whole other weird thing on a context.
I was standing outside the bathroom with our
Watching
luggage.
all the boys go by.
And there were guys going into the bathroom and turning right back around and coming out.
And you said they looked shocked.
Well, at first I was like, "That's weird. Like, why? Are they,
Yeah.
maybe it's broken. Maybe something's going on." And then the one guy came out and ran over to his girlfriend or wife, and that's when I heard, "We got to go find another bathroom. There is a man jailing in there."
And Kimmy tells us a story, expecting us to be like, "Oh my God!" And both Tommy and I share stories of us seeing the exact same things in public bathroom. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
So, Tommy, you say you're still going to go to the bathroom. When you're done in the bathroom, the guy's still going.
Yeah.
Right? Are you going to tell somebody outside of the bathroom? No.
I'm not gonna narc on the guy.
Bro, if there's times you should narc, I think public JO is a good narc.
No, I think leave the guy
What if a little boy walks in there? Oh, well, no, 6 years old. See, daddy's behind him. Son, it's been long enough. I've been going with you. Now you graduate to go to the bathroom all by yourself. And once you cross those doors, you'll be a man who pees by himself, and nothing bad can happen here.
So, a child comes in,
Yeah.
and there's a grown-ass man in there. What am I supposed to do?
Go out and tell someone, like a security guard, like, hey, there's somebody JOing in there.
Okay, by the time I do that, he's gonna be done.
You don't know that.
How long is he going for?
I don't know. Maybe he maybe he wore like dungarees with no underwear
Very
for years
tight,
and years.
yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I don't think I'm saying anything. I don't think because you do that you are a menace to society.
Well, but there could be families going into these
I
places.
just made that
Oh,
point.
sorry,
Thank
I was
you.
on the
No,
phone.
you're fine. That's exactly. Like that's two
I
normal
don't-
people's brains.
Yeah.
But I don't think you are a predator.
Okay.
You're just standing there pleasuring yourself. You don't show any signs
But
of
you
being
had the option of privacy and you didn't choose to take it.
I understand that.
I don't think you do.
But okay, so if a child walks in by himself,
Uh-huh.
there are men standing at the urinal with their thing out going to the bathroom.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why isn't that guy a threat?
Because that's not sexual in any way.
No, but
things happening.
it's a penis ready to go.
No, but penis in context is very important here,
All
right?
right.
This is a function that those
Okay.
men are performing at the urinal.
All right.
This man is performing a show.
All right.
Go ahead, son. I'm proud of you. Oh my God, my life will never be the same.
Well,
It all takes the time.
I mean, all vacations are a learning experience. They say. They say travel really teaches your children.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Tommy. He's on CMF. Hey, Tommy, too. How are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
Good. What do you got for us?
A little click and a joke. It'd be, pardon me, sir. Do you have any gay poupon?
Wait, I'm sorry. Your phone broke up. What'd you say? Ah, damn it.
Just want to point out, Tommy didn't want to give his real name. That's how confident he was in that joke.
By the way, who says he's gay? I don't know what he's thinking about. I'm just saying, man.
Right.
Like, I mean, you were cranking it out at a movie theater amongst a bunch of dudes.
Right,
and
watching
you're
dirty movies. And by the way, we weren't. It wasn't like a packed house like we were watching Jaws in 1975, where it was like Star Wars. I mean, there's probably 20 guys in a theater that seats 200.
Let me ask you a question.
How far is like how did you know how much space to give?
Every guy's space. Everybody's got their space.
All right. How about this?
The one where guys, you'd see guys having popcorn.
No, you're
stop
lying,
it.
man.
They
Bro,
had snacks.
You could get snacks. You can get drinks. You get snacks. Bro,
You
can
didn't
get drugs
leave
in
like
there.
okay. You
Yeah,
didn't,
that I believe.
You didn't leave once the act was done. You stuck around. To
No,
see
no,
the
you
end
get
of
up
the
and go.
movie?
That's why it's just like
Well,
a.
he still got half a bag of popcorn and a
Yeah.
free refill left.
Yeah.
That was my point.
I mean,
Why
some guys
buy
will sit there
snacks?
for probably a little bit longer than other guys. I don't know.
All right, let me ask you a
You'd
question.
see like old dudes in there.
Let me ask you a question. Because you said, we spaced ourselves out, 200-person theater. So let's say you get there, it's like Saturday, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. For some reason, they just sold a bunch of tickets. How many guys would have to be in there for you to turn around and leave where you wouldn't be comfortable having your
I'm
own
not going
space?
into a packed house.
Let's say there's 100 guys in a
No,
theater.
no.
Too many.
75?
No.
50?
50, I think
One for
50.
every 4 seat.
Yeah. That's a good
Pretty
space.
close.
But how much was it to get into these places?
Oh, bro, you're at. This is 1977.
Well, I don't know. Pornography was expensive. You tell us about
It
how
was, but this was a cheaper option because it was a movie house.
Okay.
I bet you it was $5, which was probably more than an average movie back
So if there was 125 guys in there, you'd eat the $5 to leave.
then. Yeah, you'd have to.
Now, you chintz ass bitch, you ain't doing it. You sitting down next to Hank, and you look that way. I'll
Wait,
look this
Hank
way.
the Yank is there?
All right, so we're getting a bunch of people writing us on Facebook saying that this guy is a menace to society and there's something wrong with him mentally.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not here to. I'm actually here to defend your point a little bit.
All right.
Something we have to keep in mind here. This person could have been unaware of what they were doing because there are drugs that people take to fly that have weird sexual side effects like this.
Never see that one on those ads.
No, you do.
Because
Is that a thing?
No, it always says like gambling, depression. It doesn't say opium, J-O in O'Hara Airport.
I kind of always thought it hurt your sex drive, didn't help it.
No, we've actually talked on the show about folks who have taken medication to help them sleep.
And then all of a sudden they wake up
They
and
get
they're
loopy.
They're having sleep sex with their partners. You don't remember this discussion? Where folks will...
I always thought those guys were making that up.
It's women, too.
That one I can believe.
They'll...
She is on drugs.
We talked about this years ago. Kimmy, you can Google it if you want. And I think a lot of those drugs have like the same effect, right? The ones that'll calm you down for flying or knock you out. Like it's the same thing where
You get like sexed up.
yeah, men and women, they will be asleep. They will have sex with their partners while sleeping and have absolutely zero recollection of it. And the partners don't know that they're asleep.
Wow.
So it's possible. I mean, you talk about time and place. It is strange, but if they took something, maybe
He's
they don't.
on med. It could have been med.
Yeah, they don't realize
Poor
what
guy.
they're doing.
Poor guy.
Could you imagine?
No.
You take this drug for the first time. You're super nervous about flying. You have no idea what you just did, and you come to in like the little prison inside the airport. Why am I here?
Yeah, no kidding.
No, really. But really, no. But really, what am I doing?
Especially if
here?
you have a very sensitive job.
Ooh, good call.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Although, I mean, if that was a thing that happened on a regular basis, we would see this story in the news, wouldn't we?
Probably. Yeah.
But then again, we didn't see this story in the news, and Kimmy witnessed it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, guy J.O.ing publicly in O'Hare Airport, you think might make like the small print national news.
But it looks like nobody really said anything.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
So I guess guys are cool.
It's not cool. It's weird, man.
Well, you didn't narc.
It's not narking. All right.
Well, it is narking.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got Facebook messages coming in.
Yeah.
I understand why you people don't want to call with what's been happening here. And again, we had asked earlier in this discussion with Kimmy, witnessing a dude what seemed to be openly J-O-ing in a bathroom in O'Hare Airport on our way to California. You have a story of seeing this. I've seen this before. Has every man seen this? Dan writes us on Facebook. Witnessed a man doing this in a public shower at a campground in the middle of where the sinks are. I walked in and I walked out and I didn't tell anyone because I was high. Okay. What is being high?
Maybe he thought he was imagining it.
Okay. Wait, I want to tell someone, but I'm so high I can't tell anybody. Brett writes us on Facebook.
Yeah.
A friend of mine was arrested for this in a grocery store bathroom. He had a manic episode that came out of nowhere during college. All of the charges ended up getting dismissed because he had no criminal history, but his name was all over the news. He says he doesn't remember anything that happened.
Why they got to put his name all over the news?
Because he was J.O.ing in a
You
bathroom.
killed a guy, man.
Look,
like public shaming up poor guys for doing what comes natural.
if you don't do it in public, you don't get public shamed.
All right.
I mean, look, I feel bad. I mean, if Brett's friend was having a legitimate manic episode, it sucks. But like,
poor guy.
He didn't face any charges.
All right.
Yeah.
Got that going for you.
Okay.
Like again, like to just come to and be told what you just did if that's not in your It would also make you wonder, like, subconsciously what you're into, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because your body made this that you know something
Like
in
if
you.
it ha-
Subconsciously,
if
you're a
it just
voyeur or something like that. right?
happened
Or
out
want
of
to be-
nowhere.
Yeah. Want to be watched? Is
Right.
a voyeur someone who watches or someone who likes to be watched?
I think it'll work both ways. Like you want to be watched, or you also like to watch.
Voyeur?
Voyeur.
Voyeur?
But you took French. It means looking at pervs.
Wait, no, you're looking. You would be the perv if you're
No,
the one
but like,
looking.
would's
I think you're a perv in both situations.
yeah.
But if we're using
Are you a
the standard-
voyeur on both ends? The looky and the strokey.
Don't make it sound like a children's book, man.
Okay.
Looky and a strokey, strokey and a looky.
It's the person watching is the voyeur.
So what do you call it if
The guy
you're
that's
being watched?
that likes to be
Okay,
watched.
let's see.
All right, Kimmy's on it. While we do that, even the ladies are getting in on our Facebook action.
Oh, ladies doing it too?
Dawn writes us. She's
What, she saw some chick rubbing.
Let me finish the story before you react.
All right.
Please. Quote, I saw a woman do this in the Washington, D.C. airport bathroom. She had the door open and one leg on the toilet paper roll, and she was, going to town on herself.
All right.
There were some women that ran away to tell someone. There were some women standing there scolding her. The scolding didn't stop her.
So you remember I told you we had a chick that used to
Yes.
do that before work in the parking lot.
Yes.
To
Yeah.
fire herself. Like that
But
was
did-
her it was like her morning motivation.
But she didn't think anybody knew, did she?
I knew
Right, but how did you know?
through her friend who knew.
Okay, but
So it
but
got
she
around.
wasn't doing it
No, but she was in
to
her
be
car.
watched. Yeah.
But she was in her car in the morning and people were coming to work.
I wonder how many women do that in their car and would never admit it.
I
'Cause you
don't
never
I've
know.
Well, I mean, if you might.
It doesn't seem like something that they're willing to share because I do not know anybody that has admitted to doing that.
No, I get why a woman wouldn't tell
Yeah.
anybody that's what they're doing.
Right. But you know, you get sexual urges, you're out of the house, away from the kids, the hubby, it's your own little private
You're
time.
kind of saying it's your only me time,
Right.
So you're not really choosing to. It's just a
necessity.
It's
isn't
just
that what
a-
the shower
a
head's for?
Convenience.
Yeah.
Right?
Trying to keep the water bill down now, you know.
I'm just
You're
saying,
on a budget.
I know those detachable
Yeah.
shower
Yeah, the
heads.
wands.
Not everybody
have gotten-
has those.
They've gotten really popular lately, and it ain't because of the aesthetic, ladies. We know what you're doing.
All right.
We know what you're doing.
You happy and clean down.
And by the way, there were a bunch of guys that just heard that and realized why their wife wanted to get one of those put in recently.
The water one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There you go, boys. That's what you get. All right,
Mom's little friend.
let's take a break. This was a store that if you could not afford or your parents were too cheap to buy you the trendy name brand clothes as a teenager,
Yeah.
you could count on.
All right.
And as long as nobody knew you got them there, it was cool.
Yeah. What's going on?
This place is now going out of business.
Oh.
And it's been around for so long that I believe 3 generations
Oh.
of Poe kids with cheap dads and
Okay.
moms may have benefited. And we'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.
Some scuzzy weight.
We're on the air.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Good people.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF.
You had your headphones on.
No, I was getting them
done
on.
this show
I did forget I
for?
got the hearing aids. They all sync up.
It was silent. Tell me, this is a world you don't understand. A world where mom and dad either would not or could not buy you the stylish clothing that you wanted.
Oh, poor people.
And because of that, this store filled a massive gap. In fact, a gap that is really 3 generations long.
Because you couldn't go to the Gap.
And now it no longer exists. Are you familiar with the store Rue 21?
Oh, yeah, I see it in the mall.
Yeah, so there's one in every mall in the greater Rochester area. That'll only be short-lived because over the next 2 months, every Rue 21 in America is shutting
They're
down.
done.
Yeah,
So it was like cheap fashion?
yeah, so Kimmy, how would you describe this as a teenage girl into woman where Tommy could understand it?
It had like the trendy clothes, but not name brand anything.
It was a way to spend a fraction of what
Yeah.
kids were spending on name brand cool clothes. Still kind of looking like that.
But they were poorly made.
But it was
Or just cheap.
It was cheap.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So Kimmy,
But like you could get by on like that style. It was just you didn't have like a logo of anything anywhere on
from
you.
a distance, people would think that you had money and were trendy.
Okay.
It's when they got close. Although recently they just started selling like concert tees and things like
okay.
that.
All right.
So I mean, they were.
I haven't seen one in a long time.
So there's one in every mall. My
Is
kids
there?
love Rue 21
Still?
because yeah, I mean the t-shirts are like super cheap.
So why are they
Yeah.
going out of business?
So, don't know. They tried to find somebody to buy the business, and it turns out that them selling all their merchandise was more money than what people were willing to offer.
Wow.
And they've been open for like decades.
Yeah.
Decades. But, Kimmy, it wasn't always called Rue 21. It was called something before that. Do you remember what it was
Busted
called?
Child.
Oh, I thought it was always Rue 21.
It became Rue 21 after we graduated high school. Maybe you're younger than
Yeah.
me.
Is that
When-
French?
Road 21? Probably.
It sounds French.
I don't know. They're from Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah. That's French country out that way.
So here's the thing. As much as I spent a lot of time in this place as a kid, and this place saved me, I bought a pleather jacket. When
Wait,
I
so
was-
they had boys' clothes, too?
Oh, they had boys and girls, yes.
yeah.
I bought a leather jackets, became really cool when I was in
so
high
you
school.
had pleather?
It was a pleather jacket.
The
and
saddest.
I didn't understand how pleather worked because I was like,
It,
okay.
it don't. It doesn't last.
Yeah, 3 weeks it started falling apart.
It rips, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it like
Yeah.
it started like
It shrinks.
yeah, kind of. But I mean, if it wasn't for this place, I would have looked like a total moron my entire high school career. More so than I did, you idiot.
Did they had fat boy clothes?
No, they had everything, yeah. Big old fat boys, little skinny boys, even
Wow.
boys with chicken pox. Kitty, any word on what it used to be called?
It's just popping up as Rue 21.
Okay, doesn't matter. Kimmy, it feels like Rue 21, as sad as it is to see this go away,
Yeah.
is a place that doesn't need to exist anymore. Because there are more places to buy cheap
Yeah.
clothes than
Yeah,
there are
I think
actual
you're right.
trendy, expensive things.
Yeah, like your kids have so many more options to find that like cheap trendy stuff than I think we did. Especially now that like vintage clothing has gotten so popular. I wonder if that cut into that kid that was looking for a cheaper option.
So is there no shame anymore in wearing a cheaper alternative to the expensive stuff?
Okay, I'm going to say...
Because of, like the knockoff purses and all the other stuff that's out there.
Now, I don't know the answer to that question. I do know there is a new term that Gen Z and younger have picked up that they're using when they're shopping, and I hear it from my girls all the time. The term is dupe. Are you familiar with the term dupe?
So you've been duped into thinking it was the real thing?
Well, I mean, I guess in that context, you're not going to buy Lululemon leggings. You're going to buy a Lululemon dupe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where it looks like that stuff, but it's not really that
Right.
stuff. And it's
Right.
not like counterfeit, like coming from China. It's just like, another company makes it, but it looks just like
Okay.
it.
Are your kids as aware of like labels on things? Because like I remember as a kid, like every popular teen store had their own little logo that went on every polo shirt. It went on every pair of jeans, whatever. Is there like besides maybe Lululemon? Is there an equivalent to that?
Lululemon and then whatever's on your sneakers, I think, right now for kids.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe there are just more places like Rue 21 that your kids are shopping at, and that's why, it's not as popular as it used to be.
I mean, it is ridiculous, right? Like right now you got Marshalls, Burlington, TJ Maxx. There are 3 other teen girl stores like in the mall, Kimmy, that sell clothes at rock bottom prices. You also have Walmart, which their clothing selection for young kids has gotten way better than it was when I was buying Husky Boy
Target.
jeans. Yeah.
This got to be good for parents then.
Yeah, it's great for us.
Because I can remember like when they had those designer jeans, parents flipped out.
Yeah.
That they cost the astronomical price of $35.
Wait, that was seriously?
Like Sassoon jeans, like $35 to $55 for Sassoon jeans, I believe. And parents, there's no way I'm putting my daughter in those pants.
Man, what I would have killed. Because when we were kids, like it was brutal, man. Like the social hierarchy of clothing in the mid 90s to mid 2000s.
Yeah.
It was Lord of the Flies.
Because even like that, like skater surfer style clothing, like Pakistan, like that wasn't cheap either. Like there wasn't really a cheap style of clothing out there for you unless you bought like the knockoff stuff or the super, super cheap stuff.
Yeah, like if you wanted a pair of like Abercrombie jeans or something like that, you were spending $80 to $100.
Yeah.
And you had to have a certain body type to fit in that stuff anyway.
Yeah, you had to be like European thin.
Exactly. And like
you had to have girl hips to get into those things.
And it was all Kimmy, it was all name brands. It was Hollister, it was Abercrombie, it was American Eagle, it was
And you knew
Aeropostale.
it because you had that little
Well, what a
logo.
racket.
And that's what you were looking for that.
God, it was brutal. And they remember when they tricked us into wearing two shirts at the same time?
Yeah,
They
that
really
was,
did that.
I still don't understand that trend.
Double pop collar.
Yeah.
Double pop collar. Hey, idiot. Here's a $50 polo shirt. You know what else you need? Another polo shirt over that polo
Just
shirt.
But what
putting on
genius in
layers.
marketing?
Well, it turns out that guy was a massive piece of crap.
Yeah, they did a couple documentaries
But they all were
on
doing
that.
the same thing. All those teen stores, like it went from they didn't have them till it exploded in the 80s.
Yeah.
And they would constantly, I remember, constantly change up the clothes. Like they were constantly bringing a new style.
Oh, yeah.
Just to keep you spending.
100%. I mean, like we spent $30 on puka shell necklaces like idiots. God, we were so stupid.
And when I used to see adult guys wearing those shells, like, what are you, Jimmy Buffett?
You know, there are still guys. I've seen men wearing puka shell
It's
necklaces.
the saddest. If you have those on. So I knew a chick, and you knew her too. She would get drunk at the bar, and she'd jerk them off the guy's neck.
The necklace.
The neck.
Jerk the necklace
Sorry.
off the guy.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I don't know. It depends on what girl we're talking about.
She would also do that, but
Well, no, jeez, you idiot.
Well, why do you lead me into it?
Why? This is the worst. How are you making so many mistakes? We had one break to go. We were home free. You know, what is wrong with you?
But she would break them off of these guys.
The necklaces.
Yes.
Gotcha. 252
And
WCMF.
then later-
252 WCMF. We're talking about the trendy stuff
Yeah.
for years and years and years that wasn't actually expensive. They're going out of business. They've been open for decades. It's closing in 2 months. They'll all be gone. And if you were a kid whose parents were cheap or you didn't have money back in the mid 90s to the mid 2000s, this was the store that you had to go to look somewhat presentable.
Yeah, cool.
So I wonder if like the popularity of those, logo heavy clothes went away because did millennial parents not want to buy them for their kids? Or is it just not something your kid was ever interested
Well,
in?
I mean, maybe it gets to a point where if you
It just
saw,
isn't cool anymore.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
look,
The norm.
I wore Abercrombie. Well, no, I didn't. But I'm saying like, people my age wore it.
Yeah.
If you see pictures of your parents wearing it, you
True.
don't want to wear it. There's a reason why Chess King didn't exist when we were in high school.
Yeah.
Kimmy doesn't even know what that
I
is.
don't. I have no idea.
That was the worst.
You want to explain Chess King to Kimmy
So-
without getting dumped again?
Well, it was
When
just
she would walk into Chess King, you see.
it was very slick. There was no patterns to Chesky. That was the funniest thing. Like with those jackets, they were like those zip up, like I don't know how to describe it. They almost looked like they were vinyl.
It was trendy kids' clothes,
Right.
the same as Abercrombie.
But it was
just
like a
with
lot.
80s
But it had like a
Gotcha.
look to it.
Yeah.
Like
Gotcha.
Chess King and members only had a look to it. But you look like the biggest dick in it.
Yeah, but you guys lined up and bought
Oh
that
yeah,
stuff.
but that's all we knew.
I know, and that's
I don't forget we were pioneers of this stuff because right after I graduated high school is when this stuff started.
like the
Like the
specifically
late 70s.
trendy
Yeah.
teen stores.
Like the Gap and all
Okay.
that stuff. That wasn't around like when I was a kid. That came right about the time I was getting out of high school. And I went to private school anyway, where you couldn't wear any of that crap.
Yeah, I mean that was the one saving grace for me with the trendy clothes. Like I didn't have to have a closet full of the clothes that looked cool because I was wearing a uniform to school.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to worry about it on a day-to-day basis.
Exactly, but if
Yeah.
we're if there's a bonfire at somebody's house, I got to pull out my one Abercrombie, Aeropostale shirt that I bought when it was on sale, and you could clearly see my boy bosoms because it's cut European style. But I don't care, man. I'm here to look cool.
Yes.
Check me out and my nipples. A store that's still around that I'm surprised
What's that?
has survived is Old Navy.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I kind of get how that appeals to That's always going to appeal to like parents, right?
But they haven't changed any of the clothing
No.
inside Old Navy over
but
the
maybe
last,
that's
30
what's
years.
worked for them.
Okay.
They have like, your basics, their go-to basics that don't really change much.
And
so-
everything says Old Navy on it.
But I don't see kids in Old Navy
No.
stuff.
Well, maybe you do.
No, I mean, with my
Oh.
daughters, like,
Yeah.
they're her hockey teammates or the other kids at dance or like at their school.
Well,
I
and
never
Old-
see it.
And Old Navy's not really a cheap option necessarily.
Used to be.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the economical
Right.
option.
Yeah.
It was, you went your.
That was the low gap.
You could go ahead.
So it went. I mean, Abercrombie was
Yeah.
a number one, right?
Right.
Then came your Aeropostale and Gap
American
and
Eagle.
American Eagle. Then came your Old Navy. Then came your Route 21.
But I remember it was Banana Republic.
Oh,
Gap,
I forgot about Banana Republic.
So Banana Republic, Gap, and Old Navy were all owned by the same company.
Yeah.
Yes,
So it was like just a lesser
Step down.
version
Yeah.
of what you wanted.
you're right. And by the way, we also left out Structure. Let's not forget about
Oh
Structure.
yeah, and Express.
Yeah.
You say Express?
Express
Another
is
one
still
that's
around.
struggling though, I think. In some places.
Yeah, no, she ain't kidding.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the retail. What's the word? Apocalypse.
Yeah.
And we're watching it happen, buddy.
Hard to look like a jerk anymore.
You're nailing it.
Thank you.
Come back, wrap it up. See, what she would do is you look like a jerk. Come back, wrap it up. Tell you
This
what we're
way.
doing. Shut up tomorrow. Next to the break room on CMF. But It's going to be Rapperoo.
The old hump day Rapperoo.
Yep, for a Wednesday break group CMF. I figure the more I talk, the less you have chance of getting us fired.
Testing my reflexes today.
Oh, you're fine. You caught it.
Maybe. The Makes Tomorrow Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh. I think we're going to bitch it out.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you, and we're going to tell you a story that we've been sitting on. In fact, it was a story that was first presented by WXXI like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, it's a snooty patootie story.
Well, no, it's not actually, and it's well written, and this is why I can't wait to get to it.
Can't wait to hear it.
Well, the Sandra Dorley news kind of threw us off the ability to do this story. It kind of consumed everything. There is a man in the city of Rochester who let his man cave get out of control.
Oh.
And, when guys do projects, it tends to happen, right? However, this man cave start has now become what seems to be and is being described as by the city of Rochester as a full-fledged nightclub.
Wow.
Like industrial fryer, full bar, rooftop patio.
But it's in a private house.
Yes, hundreds of people showing up on weekends.
Oh, my God.
And the city says it's become a problem.
Yeah, I guess so.
This man is arguing it's not a problem. It's actually a benefit to the neighborhood that he lives in the city of Rochester, and that he shouldn't be shut down.
All right.
He's an entrepreneur, but it's doing more good for the community than him just making money at his house.
But it's not a legitimate nightclub?
He has no liquor license. He has no entertainment license. It's in a neighborhood. It's in his backyard.
It's his own,
it is literally in his backyard.
Party spot.
Oh, my God.
Kimmy, parties. When you find out what he has done, not only to, but at this event space.
Okay. Sounds like a lot of fun.
It does sound like a lot of fun. And here's the thing. There are guys listening right now who have built this in their backyard out in the country, and they're allowed to because nobody's around to call them.
Not get any complaints.
Yes, we'll get to it. Tomorrow in the break room, plus a whole bunch more here on CMF. For Kimmy?
Yeah.
Did you ever shop at Route 21? Did you have to?
Oh, yeah, I remember Route 21 very well. Okay. They always had like the T-shirt deals.
Yeah, they did.
Everything was like buy one, get one half off or something along those lines.
For Tommy Muley, who was a chess king. I got nothing. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow, maybe 6 a.m. here at the break room at 96.5 WCMF. The NBA.